In every dusty archive, every forgotten ruin, every whisper in the dark, there are questions no answer can hold. From vanished cities to blood-stained shadows, from ancient scripts to trails that simply stop. These are the enigmas that history cannot solve. No theories, no closure. Just silence, screams, and static. This isn't a list. It's a descent into the 100 most unsolved mysteries that cannot be explained. And once you start falling, there's no way back. Before we dive headfirst into the strange and the unspeakable, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're just getting started. And while you're at it, drop a comment below. Where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Let's see just how far this mystery reaches. The disappearance of the Rono Colony. They carved a single word into the tree. Crotone. No blood, no bodies, no broken fences or smoldering ashes. Just that single word, and an entire colony over 100 men, women, and children gone without a trace. In 1587, over 2 decades before the Pilgrims would ever touch Plymouth Rock, a group of English settlers arrived on Roanoke Island, in what is now North Carolina. They were led by John White, a man torn between duty and desperation. He left the colony to return to England for supplies. But England was at war with Spain, and his voyage back was delayed not by weeks, but by 3 long years. When White finally returned in 1590, he found silence. The building stood eerily intact, like a stage set abandoned mid-rehearsal. There were no signs of a struggle, no graves freshly dug. Just that word, crotone, etched deep into the bark of a tree, and the letters, crow, scratched hastily onto another. The only clue, a breadcrumb in the wilderness. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, now known as Hatteras Island, and also the name of a local indigenous tribe. But when rescue or reconnaissance parties searched the area, they found nothing. No settlers, no mingling of cultures, no definitive trace that the Roanoke colonists had ever arrived there. Theories have flourished for centuries, blooming and dying like seasonal myths. Some say the settlers assimilated with friendly tribes. Others whisper of Spanish raids or starvation. More dramatic speculators spin tales of alien abduction or interdimensional portals. None of it has ever been confirmed. No skeletons, no heirlooms, no diary entries or last words. The most haunting part? These people didn't vanish into thin air, they vanished into history's blind spots. A colony meant to anchor England's foothold in the New World instead became the first great American ghost story. And the mystery festers, because it's not just about what was lost, it's about what was left behind. The eerie normalcy, the empty homes, the silent forest. But this was only the beginning. Because the very next name on history's unsolved scroll wasn't a vanished colony, it was a phantom who walked crowded streets, left bodies in alleyways, and vanished each time into the London fog. The identity of Jack the Ripper, 1888. Whitechapel, 1888. The fog rolls in like a warning. Horses clop over cobblestone streets slick with grime and the stench of industrial rot. Gas lamps flicker against soot-stained brick, casting long shadows that dance with dread. It's not just the poverty that chokes the East End. It's something else. Something hunting. Between August and November of that year, 5 women, Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly were brutally murdered in what would become one of the most infamous serial killing sprees in history. The killer struck with surgical precision, leaving behind mutilated corpses and a signature so grotesque it felt like theater. And yet, he left no fingerprints, no eyewitnesses, no trail. They called him Jack the Ripper. The name came from a taunting letter sent to the Central News Agency, supposedly written by the killer himself. Whether he truly wrote it or not remains unknown, but the name stuck. It became a brand. And Londona City, already reeling from poverty, crime, and class warfare, descended into a chaos of speculation, fear, and scandal. Dozens were arrested, none convicted. Every butcher, doctor, and foreigner in Whitechapel became a suspect. Theories bloomed like mold: a deranged doctor, a bitter royal, a secret society assassin. Modern sleuths have tossed DNA evidence, handwriting analysis, and psychological profiling into the mix. Still, no one can say definitively who Jack the Ripper was. And it's not just the brutality that grips us over a century later, it's the performance, the control, the way he turned a city into his stage and the police into bumbling extras. He didn't just kill, he orchestrated terror. Each murder came with a message: I'm still here, and you can't stop me. And maybe that's the real fear: the killer wasn't caught because he couldn't be. Not because he vanished, but because he blended in. A gentleman, a worker, a priest, invisible in plain sight. A ghost made of flesh. The trail went cold, the letters stopped, and Jack melted back into the fog. But what if the clues weren't hidden in bloodstains or street maps, but in a book no one could read, filled with drawings no one could explain? The Voinich Manuscript, c. 15th century. It looks like the fever dream of a medieval monk, crammed with hundreds of pages of looping, flowing text written in an alphabet no one has ever seen before, one that defies all known linguistics. The Voinich Manuscript is a riddle wrapped in parchment, bound in goatskin, and marinated in 500 years of pure, unbroken confusion. Discovered in 1912 by a rare book dealer named Wilfred Voynich, the manuscript surfaced from the shadows of an Italian Jesuit library, dragging with it a lineage as murky as its meaning. Carbon dating places its creation sometime in the early 15th century, but that's about the only thing scholars can agree on. The text itself, about 240 pages of it, flows in neat, purposeful script. No corrections, no hesitations, as if the author knew exactly what they were writing. That might be the most terrifying part, because no one can read a single word. It's not just in an unknown language, it's in an unknown writing system, one that has never appeared anywhere else in human history, and that would be weird enough on its own if it weren't for the illustrations. Oh, the illustrations. There are intricate botanical drawings of plants that don't exist, astronomical charts filled with impossible star formations, pages of nude women bathing in a strange green fluid, tangled in organic plumbing that seems to pulse and writhe. Some of the diagrams look vaguely medical, others seem astrological. None of them make sense. Not collectively, not even individually. Over the decades, cryptographers, historians, computer scientists, and even AI programs have tried to crack the code. Every few years, someone claims to have solved it, translated a word, decoded a theme, and every time, the logic collapses under scrutiny. Some suggest it's a hoax, a brilliant piece of medieval nonsense designed to baffle. But that theory raises an even deeper question. Why would someone go through so much trouble to create something so perfectly unreadable? It's not just unreadable, it's convincingly real. Too complex to fake, too orderly to dismiss. The manuscript exists in that perfect liminal space between meaning and madness. And yet, even in its total incomprehensibility, the Voynich Manuscript whispers the most seductive mystery of all. Maybe it's not for us. Maybe we were never meant to understand. But not all disappearances happen on paper. Some vanish into the clouds themselves, mid-flight, mid-sentence, mid-history, like the next woman whose name became a question mark etched across the sky. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart, 1937. She took off into legend and never landed. On the 2nd of July, 1937, Amelia Earhart, climbed into her twin-engine Lockheed Electra, radioed one last position near Howland Island, and vanished into the Pacific sky. The woman who once captivated the world with her fearless ambition and trailblazing aviation records now existed only in echoes and fragments, radio static across an ocean, a glint of aluminum on a wave, the stunned silence of a world watching a map with no more updates. Heheart wasn't just a pilot, she was a symbol. The first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic, a New York Times bestseller, a living contradiction of gender roles in the 1930s. She dressed like a pilot, not a lady. She spoke like an academic, but smiled like a movie star. She was America's golden eagle, and her final flight was meant to be her most ambitious yet, a 29,000-mile journey to circumnavigate the globe at its widest point. But somewhere near the tiny speck of Howland Island, just 7,000 miles from completing her goal, the line went dead. The search was instant, furious, costly. It remains, to this day, the most expensive search and rescue operation in U.S. history at the time. The Navy combed the waters. The Coast Guard scoured the air, but there were no flares, no wreckage, no black box. Amelia Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, were simply gone. And with that absence, the myths began to multiply. Some say she crashed into the sea and sank into a watery grave. Others believe she crash-landed on a remote island, survived for weeks or months, perhaps even years, before dying nameless and alone. More elaborate theories spin webs of espionage. She was captured by the Japanese, executed as a spy, or lived the rest of her days under a false identity in New Jersey. No hard evidence has ever closed the case. A few tantalizing clues bones, a scrap of metal, faded radio signal shave only deepened the uncertainty. She was a woman who sought the edge of what was possible, and in doing so, stepped off it. But the world didn't just lose Amelia. It gained a haunting reminder. The sky, like the sea, gives nothing back. And deep in those shadows of possibility between myth and memory, between what was and what might have been, swims something else. A creature older than our maps, more photographed than proven. Waiting just below the surface, the Loch Ness Monster, first reported 565 AD, modern sightings 1,933. It was supposed to be a quiet loch, a glacial trench carved by ancient ice, nestled among the Scottish Highlands, cold and deep and still. And then something moved. They say the first written account dates back to 565 ADA Street Ori of St. Columba, commanding a water beast to halt mid-attack. But the modern legend truly took off in 1933, when a local couple driving near Loch Ness reported seeing a massive creature roll across the water. A few months later, a photograph emerged, the infamous surgeon's photo, grainy and ghost-like, showing what looked like a long neck rising from the ripples. And with that, Nessie was born. The Loch Ness Monster isn't just a cryptid, it's a cultural institution, a tourism magnet, a shadow cast so large it spans centuries and continents. Descriptions vary, some say serpent, others plesiosaur, others still suggest a log that got lucky, but the core mystery remains. What, if anything, lives beneath the pitch-black surface of Loch Ness? Loch Ness itself is a perfect hiding place, over 22 miles long, 700 feet deep, and murky with suspended peat. It's a natural enigma. Sonar scans have shown strange movements. Underwater photographs reveal tantalizing blurs. Locals speak of humps, wakes, and eyes that break the surface before vanishing like mirages. Scientists argue over wave patterns and fish migrations. Skeptics wave off the entire affair as a hoax industry. But then the sightings keep coming. Children, tourists, priests, skeptics, turned believers, hundreds of people over decades claiming to have seen something they can't explain. Some encounters are just flashes. Others are long enough to redraw sketches. But the one constant is the aftertaste, awe mixed with fear, the sense of witnessing something that doesn't belong. And even if Nessie is just a story, the question remains, why this Loch? Why this shape? Why this myth, outlasting generations, photographs, and even digital sonar sweeps? Maybe it's not about what's in the water. Maybe it's about what we need to be in the water. The monster is a mirror. It reflects our thirst for the unknown, our secret wish that there's still something left on Earth that defies the algorithm. But from the cold waters of Scotland to the cold case of the Atlantic, not every vessel was sunk by myth. Some ships simply floated empty, silent, seaworthy, and soulless. The fate of the Mary Celeste, 1872. She was found adrift, intact, and abandoned. The Mary Celestia, 282-ton brigantine, floated eerily in the Atlantic like a ghost, with its crew missing and dinner still set on the table. No signs of violence, no signs of panic, just the sea, swallowing secrets in silence. On the 4th of December, 1872, the ship was spotted by the crew of the DEI Gracia, drifting without purpose between Portugal and the Azores. The Mary Celeste had left New York for Genoa, with a cargo of denatured alcohol, captained by Benjamin Briggs, a seasoned sailor, traveling with his wife and young daughter. The voyage should have been routine. What the DEI Gracia found instead was a riddle written in salt and wind. The sails were torn, but still partially set. The lifeboat was gone, but the ship was seaworthy. The cargo was mostly intact, minus a few barrels. The personal belongings of the crew were untouched. The ship's log ended 9 days before discovery, with nothing ominous in its final entries. No blood, no fire, no SOS. Just emptiness. The theories rolled in like tide, each one more desperate to explain the void. Pirates? Unlikely. Nothing was stolen. Mutiny? No signs of struggle. Seaquake or waterspout? Maybe. But would an experienced captain abandon a stable vessel in the middle of the Atlantic? Some pointed to the cargo. 1,701 barrels of industrial alcohol. Could fumes have triggered a panic? An explosion that never actually happened, prompting a rushed evacuation? If so, why didn't they return? Others reached further into the shadows. Was it aliens? Sea monsters? A dimensional rift that plucked the crew mid-step? At one point, even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle dipped his quill into the mystery, spinning a fictional account that only deepened public fascination and confusion. But the truth, if there ever was one, remains unmoored. The Mary Celeste was eventually brought to port and later returned to service, but the stain of that mystery never left her timbers. The ship lived on, cursed and whispering, until she ran aground years later under suspicious circumstances. Even in death, she refused to confess. And just when you think the sea has offered its final parable, a lighthouse flickers on a desolate island where not one, but 3 keepers were swallowed by the fog. The disappearance of the Eileen lighthouse keepers, 1,900. The sea giveth, the sea taketh, and sometimes the sea keeps secrets. On the 26th of December, 1,900, a relief vessel arrived at Eileen Moor, a craggy, wind-lashed island in the Flannan Isles of Scotland. Its purpose, to deliver supplies and rotate duties for the lighthouse keepers stationed there. But as the boat approached, something felt off. The lighthouse was dark, not a soul in sight. Not even a wave or flag to greet them. Inside, the table was set for a meal never eaten. A chair lay overturned. The clock had stopped. Oilskins, the heavy coats worn to protect against brutal sea weather, were missing for 2 of the men, but the third set remained untouched. The 3 lighthouse keepers, Thomas Marshall, James Ducat, and Donald MacArthur, had vanished without a trace. There was no storm recorded on the day of their disappearance, no wreckage, no evidence of a struggle. Only the roaring sea, the echo of gulls, and the uneasy silence of a tower that should have been manned. An official investigation yielded little beyond guesswork. A log entry spoke of a violent stormo not corroborated by surrounding weather records. It described prayers, unusual fear, and a final line: storm ended, sea calm. God is over all. That entry was dated the 15th of December, days before their scheduled check-in, and days before any actual storm had occurred. So what happened? One theory suggests a wavy and enormous freak wave swept 2 men off the rocks, and the third ran out without his coat to help, only to be pulled in himself. That's the practical answer. Clean, tragic, logical. But then there's the other stuff, the weirder stuff. Some say the men went mad in isolation, that the island, remote and unyielding, got inside their heads. Others whisper of sea spirits, phantom ships, or pagan rituals. One tale suggests they were abducted by foreign agents, another, that they stepped into another dimension, a thin place, where the veil between worlds wears away like sea-bleached stone. Nothing was ever proven. No bodies were found. Just that tower, alone on the edge of the world, with its light extinguished and its keepers gone. And while these men vanished into the cliffs, another predator would soon emerge, not from the sea, but from suburbia. He left codes, letters, and bodies in his wake, and a name the world would never forget. 7 mysteries down, 93 to go, and things are only getting weirder. If you're still with us, you know this rabbit hole runs deep. So pause for just a second, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what's coming next, and tell us in the comments, where are you watching from and what time is it right now? We're tracking the global reach of the unexplained. The Zodiac Killer's identity, 1960s, 70s. He signed his letters with a crosshair symbol and taunted the police with puzzles. Not riddles, not threats, puzzles. Handwritten ciphers laced with arrogance and gore, bragging of murder and daring the world to crack him like a crossword. The Zodiac Killer was a shadow, with a pen organized, sadistic, and obsessed with being known while remaining unknown. The terror began in December 1968 in Vallejo, California. A young couple was shot in their car. No warning, no robbery, just brutality. In July of the following year, he struck again, another couple, another quiet spot. But this time, he called the police himself. Cool, calm, almost bored. Then came the letters, dozens of them, mailed to newspapers, police stations, and cryptographers. Some were coded ciphers. Others were plain text rants against society, filled with rage, grandiosity, and spelling errors that may or may not have been intentional. He demanded public attention. He named himself. This is the Zodiac speaking. It wasn't a name, it was a brand, a symbol stamped onto fear itself. His known body count, 5 confirmed dead, 2 surviving victims, but he claimed 37, maybe more. Some say the trail ends in 1974. Others argue he evolved, changed hunting grounds, or died anonymously. Whoever he was, he knew how to disappear, not just into crowds, but into culture. The most famous cipher, the Z340, wasn't solved until over 50 years later, and even that solution left more questions than answers. The killer didn't reveal his name. He didn't gloat about specific victims, just more riddles, more masks, more static. Suspects? There have been plenty. Arthur Lee Allen, Richard Gaykowski, Louis Myers. Every few years, a new theory emerges. A new face gets drawn into the vortex. And yet, none have been definitively linked. The DNA evidence is degraded, the handwriting inconclusive. The case, technically, remains open. Zodiac wasn't just a murderer, was a puppeteer. He played the media, the police, and the public like an orchestra of fear, always staying one breath ahead. And then he vanished. No trial, no capture, just silence. But not all disappearances are human. Some are entire vehicles, planes, ships, lives vanishing in the same cursed corridor of ocean over and over again. The next mystery isn't a man, it's a place. A place the compass fears. The Bermuda Triangle disappearances. The map calls it a triangle, pilots call it a trap. Stretching from Miami to Bermuda to Puerto Rico, the Bermuda Triangle is just ocean on a chart until something vanishes. Then it becomes a question mark wrapped in blue. Planes disappear mid-sentence. Ships go silent, compasses spin, radios die, and the ocean, as always, denies everything. The first whispers came in 1945. 5 U.S. Navy bombers, collectively known as Flight 19, vanished during a routine training mission. Radio communication captured their confusion. "We can't find West. Everything looks strange." Their planes were never recovered. The rescue aircraft sent to find them also vanished. It didn't stop there. The USS Cyclops disappeared in 1918, taking 306 crewmen into the abyss. No distress signal, no debris, just a ghost ship etched into naval history. In 1948, a commercial airliner vanished en route to Miami. In 1963, 2 giant tanker ships disappeared, just a month apart, no survivors, no oil slick, nothing but ocean. That's the pattern. Not wrecks, not screams, just gone. Scientists offer natural explanations. The area is prone to sudden storms, rogue waves, and unpredictable currents. Methane gas eruptions could theoretically sink ships. Magnetic anomalies may interfere with navigation. It's all plausible, it's all clean, and yet it doesn't feel clean. Because the triangle doesn't just erase things, it erases records of things. Planes vanish without radar echoes. Ships go missing without mayday calls. Everything ends with silence, and what begins again is speculation. Theories range from underwater alien bases, to time warps, to secret military testing. Others point to Atlantis, buried beneath the waves, hungry to reclaim what was stolen. The mystery isn't just the disappearances, it's the volume of them. Hundreds of incidents scattered across decades. Too many to dismiss, too empty to explain. Survivors, those rare few, report instruments going haywire, clouds swallowing the horizon, time itself bending like heat haze. It's easy to mock the triangle, until it's your last known coordinates. And while the Bermuda Triangle leaves questions in salt water and sky, the next mystery scorched the earth with no explanation. A blast with the power of a nuclear bomb out in the middle of nowhere, with no crater, no fireball, and no idea what truly caused it. The Tunguska Event, 1908. On the morning of the 30th of June, 1908, the sky above the remote Siberian forest lit up like a second sun. A thunderclap followed not once, but several times, rattling windows hundreds of miles away. Trees flattened in all directions, scorched and splintered across 800 square miles. Herds of reindeer were incinerated. The earth shook. And yet, there was no crater, no impact site. Just absence, just ash. This was the Tunguska Event. It occurred near the Podkaminaya Tunguska River, a place so isolated that it took scientists 19 years to reach the blast zone. When they finally arrived in 1927, they found a forest obliterated, trees knocked outward from a central point, like sticks from a child's tantrum. Yet, strangely, at the epicenter stood trees dead, but upright, stripped of branches as if by radiation. There was no sign of an object, no meteorite, no debris. Just the whisper of something impossible. The leading theory is a meteoroid or comet exploded mid-air, releasing energy equivalent to 10-15 megatons of TN trophly, 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. That explanation fits the math. It fits the trees, but it doesn't fit the feeling. Because no fragments were ever found. No impact crater ever emerged. And then come the deviations, the witnesses who saw the sky split in two, the survivor reports of a blue pillar of light and fire raining from the heavens. Some accounts even mention seismic activity, magnetic fluctuations, and the air itself trembling. Wild theories followed like shadows. A black hole grazing Earth, a UFO crash, Nikola Tesla testing a death ray from across the planet. Each idea more outlandish. Each somehow still incomplete. In a world that prides itself on answers, Tunguska remains a smudge on the ledger. A freak event with the precision of a surgical strike. A warning shot from space or something older. The forest has grown back, but nothing has truly returned. And as strange as a blast with no crater may be, stranger still is the hunger of men who chase gold not for wealth, but for legend. For somewhere in the heart of South America, a city gleams in myth, shimmering with promises that have lured explorers to ruin. The legend of El Dorado, 16th century onwards. It was never just a city. El Dorado was a fever. Not gold in bars, but gold in dust poured over kings, swept across lakes, melted into walls. It was the promise of a civilization so wealthy, they used the metal of empires like sand. A city so radiant, it made Europe salivate from across an ocean. A story so potent, it drove men to madness, murder, and misery. The legend began with whispers from the Andes. Spanish conquistadors heard tales of a ritual among the Muisca people of present-day Colombia. A king, naked, his body coated in gold dust, who would sail to the center of a sacred lake and dive in, offering treasures to the gods beneath. Lake Guatavita was the name. The tale spread like wildfire, refined, reshaped, and rebranded by every tongue it touched. Soon El Dorado was no longer a ceremony. It was a place. Then it became a kingdom. Then an empire. Expeditions were launched. Hundreds of men marched into the jungle and never came back. Some drowned, some starved. Others fought each other over rumors. Sir Walter Raleigh, the English explorer, gambled his life and reputation on the search for El Dorado. He returned with tales, but no gold. His failure would cost him his head. And yet, the myth refused to die. Lake Guatavita was even partially drained in 1545, and again centuries later, yielding a few trinkets but no trove. Other explorers shifted their focus to the Orinoco Basin, the Amazon, the Guyana Highlands. Each location carried just enough mystery, just enough fog to keep hope alive. Maps were redrawn, journals were forged. Every dead end was just a turn toward another illusion. Some argue El Dorado was never meant to be real, that it was a metaphoran exaggeration born from cultural misunderstanding, colonial projection, and the alchemy of greed. Others still believe it waits, buried beneath vines and time, its gold untouched, its king still glimmering beneath the water. But gold has a gravity. It pulls at the human mind. And El Dorado, real or not, remains one of history's most expensive obsessions. And while men tore through jungles for treasure, another mystery stood tall and silent, carved from stone by hands long vanished, waiting on a windswept plain where no one knows how or why it came to be. The construction of Stonehenge, c. 3000–2000 BC. Massive stones, some weighing up to 25 tons, stand upright in a rough circle on the plains of Salisbury. They've been there for over 4,000 years, older than the pyramids, older than most of recorded history, and they are still watching the sky. Stonehenge. From a distance it looks like a ruin. Up close it feels like a ritualone that never finished or never ended. The structure is built from two types of stone. The enormous sarsens, sourced from about 20 miles away, and the smaller, denser bluestones that somehow traveled 150 miles from the Preseli Hills of Wales. The mystery isn't just why these stones were chosen, it's how they were moved. No wheels, no cranes, no concrete. And yet the stones were carved, transported, and arranged with precision. Interlocking joints, uprights, and lintels. A feat of engineering so sophisticated it would challenge modern machinery. The entire monument aligns with celestial events, especially the solstices, suggesting an astronomical purpose, or religious, or something else entirely. Theories bloom like weeds. Was it a temple to the sun, a burial site, a giant calendar, a sound chamber, a cosmic power plant? Each answer invites another question. Excavations have revealed human remains, animal bones, and ancient tools, but never the true meaning. The labor alone would have required hundreds of people working for decades. Why? Who had the power to command that kind of effort? And for what purpose? Some speculate that Stonehenge was a place of pilgrimage for healing. Others argue it was a political center, a neutral ground where warring tribes gathered beneath the stars. The blue stones are rumored to have mystical properties. Some suggest they hummed when struck. Resonance stones, singing stones. Even the name Stonehenge means little. It's from Old English, meaning hanging stones. But those words came long after the builders were gone. The people who built it left no writing. No inscriptions, just the stones and silence. Stonehenge is an echo. It doesn't answer, it reflects. And as those stones cast their ancient shadows, far across the world in the high desert of Peru, something else was taking shape. Not upwards, but outward etched into the earth itself, massive symbols only the sky could truly see. The Nazca Lines, c. 500 BC, 500 AD. A monkey, a hummingbird, a spider, and something that looks suspiciously like an astronaut, all drawn with one continuous line, etched across the desert floor. So massive, they can only be truly seen from the air. The Nazca Lines. They stretch across 190 square miles of arid plateau in southern Peru, carved into the ground by removing the dark, oxidized stones that blanket the surface to reveal the lighter earth beneath. And they're not just doodles. We're talking hundreds of geoglyphs, perfectly proportioned animals, plants, geometric shapes, and long, arrow-straight lines that run for miles. But here's the catch. The Nazca people, who created them, had no aircraft, no satellite imagery, no cranes. Just basic tools and an apparent mastery of large-scale geometry that baffles even modern surveyors. How do you draw a 300-foot-long monkey when you can't see the whole monkey? No one knows exactly why they did it. Some archaeologists believe the lines were part of religious rituals, offerings to gods meant to be seen from the sky by divine eyes. Others think they were astronomical calendars, tracking solstices, equinoxes, and planetary alignments. Then there's the water theory. Many lines point toward underground aquifers or ceremonial water sites, suggesting they were prayers for rain, etched in desperation across a parched land. And then there are the fringe theories, the ones about ancient aliens, pre-Incan airships, or landing strips for visitors not of this earth. The so-called astronaut figure certainly doesn't help squash those ideas, with its oversized head and mysterious waving hand. What's undeniable is the planning, the scale, the commitment. These weren't random. They required surveying, coordination, and a worldview that prioritized the invisible, the patterns only gods or birds or future sky gazers could ever appreciate. Some glyphs were made with a single, continuous line, drawn with a fluidity that feels modern, precise. Yet, despite their size and age, the Nazca Lines remained hidden from the rest of the world until the 20th century, visible only from the sky. A message meant for something above, or maybe a mirror held up to the cosmos. But while the desert preserved its secrets in inkless lines, Europe danced itself into oblivion quite literally. No symbols, no aliens, just bodies, convulsing to a beat no one else could hear. The cause of the dancing plague of 1518. It started with a single woman. In July 1518, in the city of Strasbourg, then part of the Holy Roman Empire, Frau Trophia stepped into the street and began to dance. No music, no celebration, just movement. Jerking, rhythmic, unbroken, she danced for hours, then days, then others joined her. Within a week, dozens of people were dancing uncontrollably. By the end of the month, the number had swelled to hundreds. Men, women, even children swaying, spinning, collapsing from exhaustion, only to rise again and keep moving. They danced in church courtyards, in market squares, on the cobbled streets slick with their sweat and blood. No one could stop them. This wasn't joyful movement, it was a torment. Their faces were twisted in pain, not pleasure. Some screamed as they danced, others wept, and some kept going until their hearts gave out, until their bodies broke, until death stopped what no one else could. The city's authorities, in a panic, sought answers. They ruled out demonic possession, then blamed overheated blood. Their solution? More dancing. They hired musicians, built wooden stages, and opened the guild halls, believing that the dancers would exhaust the madness from their systems. It didn't work. It only made things worse. So what caused it? Historians still argue. One theory is ergot poisoninga, hallucinogenic mold that grows on damp rye and can cause spasms, hallucinations, and convulsions. But that wouldn't explain the coordinated, sustained dancing. Others point to mass hysteria or psychogenic illness, where the stress and trauma of poverty, famine, and disease erupt in the body, collectively. In 1518, Strasbourg was reeling from plague, bad harvests, and widespread despair. Maybe they weren't dancing. Maybe they were screaming with their feet. Still others whisper about ritual remnants, pagan trance dances that lingered beneath Christian obedience, flaring up under extreme conditions, or divine punishment, or a curse, or something deeper, a neurological glitch in the collective brain. No one was ever held responsible. No one was cured. The plague danced itself out over the span of a few months, fading as mysteriously as it began. No other outbreak matched its scale. But even in its silence, it left a trail of bodies swaying toward oblivion. And while Strasbourg twisted itself into chaos on dry land, another man in black would vanish not from disease or ecstasy, but from sheer bureaucratic invisibility. A judge who stepped into a taxi and into legend. The disappearance of Judge Crater, 1930. He was supposed to be at the theater. On the 6th of August, 1930, Joseph Force Crater, New York Supreme Court Justice, rising political star, and man about town left his office, hailed a cab on West 45th Street, and was never seen again. No note, no witness, no scream in the night. Just a vanishing act that would become America's most famous missing person case for the next half-century. Judge Crater was 41, ambitious, sharp-dressed, and well-connected. His sudden disappearance launched a media frenzy and 1,000 whispered theories. The press dubbed him the missingest man in New York, and his name became punchline and warning alike. People joked, pulling a crater whenever someone skipped town. But for all the headlines, the truth remained maddeningly out of reach. His last known movements were ordinary. He cleaned out files in his chambers, withdrew over $5,000 from his bank, account a small fortune at the time, and had dinner with a friend and his showgirl girlfriend. He told them he was going to catch a Broadway play. He got into a cab. And that was it. Vanished. Theories bloomed like ink in water. Some believed he was murdered by political enemies, mobsters, or lovers. Others whispered, blackmail, corruption, payoffs, a second life. Maybe he'd staged his own disappearance. Maybe he fled to Canada, or Cuba, or a shallow grave in Jersey. The police dragged rivers. Private detectives trailed rumors. Over 300 false sightings rolled in from across the country, each more desperate than the last. His wife, Stella, kept searching for years. On the morning of his disappearance, she claimed he had been acting strange, distracted. She would later discover he'd made significant changes to his will. A suitcase with missing documents was never found. The case was officially closed in 1979, 49 years after he stepped into that cab with no conclusive evidence of what happened. No arrest, no body, just a legal declaration of death in absentia. He didn't leave a legacy. He left a hole, and the hole still echoes. But while Crater vanished into the concrete labyrinth of Manhattan, another enigma stood firm and silent in Dallas. Caught on camera, surrounded by history. A mystery in a scarf, watching one of the most infamous assassinations in modern memory and never identified. The identity of the Man in the Iron Mask, 17th, 18th century. He wore it for years. A mask of iron, or perhaps black velvet lined with steel, locked across his face so that no one, not guards, not visitors, not history, could see who he was. His meals were brought to him in silence. His cell was isolated. Orders surrounding his custody were strict and whispered. He died in 1703, his identity still unknown. They called him the Man in the Iron Mask. The tale is stitched into French history like a scar. The earliest records trace him to 1669, imprisoned during the reign of Louis XIV. Transferred from one fortress to another, Pignerol, exiles, Sainte Marguerite, and finally, the Bastille was always kept hidden, always under the watchful eye of jailer Benigne d'Auvergne de Saint-Mars, who treated him with a curious mix of deference and control. He wasn't a common criminal. That much was clear. He lived in relative comfort, receiving fine clothes, books, and food, but his face's identity was strictly concealed. Even in death, his belongings were destroyed. His name erased. His grave marked with a false identity. Voltaire made the story famous, claiming the prisoner was an older brother or even twin of Louis XIV, hidden away to preserve the crown's legitimacy. Alexandre Dumas turned it into legend with his novel The Man in the Iron Mask, transforming the unknown prisoner into a romantic symbol of betrayal and royal secrecy. But who was he? The theories span centuries. Some say he was an illegitimate son of the king. Others, a disgraced noble. A political agent who knew too much. A valet who overheard the wrong conversation. Even a doppelganger used in court intrigues. The mask itself, often dramatized as iron, was likely cloth or leather, reinforced but not brutal. Still, the image stuck. The idea of a man hidden not by scars, but by secrets. The real cruelty wasn't the confinement. It was the erasure. The deliberate, meticulous deletion of a person's existence, identity, and memory. An act of power so complete, it turned a man into a myth. And yet, while he was hidden behind a mask, another mystery would leap boldly into daylight, fall from the sky, and vanish into the treetops, leaving only a briefcase, a parachute, and a name that may never have been real at all. The identity of the Man in the Iron Mask, 17th, 18th century. He wore it for years. A mask of iron, or perhaps black velvet lined with steel, locked across his face so that no one, not guards, not visitors, not history, could see who he was. His meals were brought to him in silence. His cell was isolated. Orders surrounding his custody were strict and whispered. He died in 1703, his identity still unknown. They called him the Man in the Iron Mask. The tale is stitched into French history like a scar. The earliest records trace him to 1669, imprisoned during the reign of Louis XIV. Transferred from one fortress to another, Pignerol, exiles, Sainte Marguerite, and finally, the Bastille was always kept hidden, always under the watchful eye of jailer Benigne d'Auvergne de Saint-Mars, who treated him with a curious mix of deference and control. He wasn't a common criminal. That much was clear. He lived in relative comfort, receiving fine clothes, books, and food, but his face's identity was strictly concealed. Even in death, his belongings were destroyed. His name erased. His grave marked with a false identity. Voltaire made the story famous, claiming the prisoner was an older brother or even twin of Louis XIV, hidden away to preserve the crown's legitimacy. Alexandre Dumas turned it into legend with his novel The Man in the Iron Mask, transforming the unknown prisoner into a romantic symbol of betrayal and royal secrecy. But who was he? The theories span centuries. Some say he was an illegitimate son of the king. Others, a disgraced noble. A political agent who knew too much. A valet who overheard the wrong conversation. Even a doppelganger used in court intrigues. The mask itself, often dramatized as iron, was likely cloth or leather, reinforced but not brutal. Still, the image stuck. The idea of a man hidden not by scars, but by secrets. The real cruelty wasn't the confinement. It was the erasure. The deliberate, meticulous deletion of a person's existence, identity, and memory. An act of power so complete, it turned a man into a myth. And yet, while he was hidden behind a mask, another mystery would leap boldly into daylight, fall from the sky, and vanish into the treetops, leaving only a briefcase, a parachute, and a name that may never have been real at all. The fate of D.B. Cooper, 1971. It was a cold, rainy afternoon on the 24th of November, 1971, when a man calling himself Dan Cooper boarded Northwest Orient Flight 305 in Portland, Oregon. He looked ordinary. A business suit, a briefcase, a polite demeanor. He ordered a bourbon and soda, and then, mid-flight, he handed the flight attendant a note. "I have a bomb." What followed was not chaos but calm. Cooper showed the device. Red cylinders wired in his briefcase. He issued demands $200,000 in cash, 4 parachutes, and a fuel truck waiting in Seattle. The plane landed. The passengers were released. The money was delivered. The crew stayed on board. Then he ordered the pilot to take off again, heading south, low and slow, toward Mexico City. Somewhere over the dense, dark forests of Washington, with freezing winds battering the fuselage, Cooper opened the rear staircase and parachuted into legend. The FBI launched one of the largest manhunts in U.S. history. They combed the wilderness, dragged rivers, interviewed suspects. No trace. The only clue came years later. $5,800 in decaying 20s, discovered by a child on the Columbia River's edge bills that matched the ransom money. But not a body, not a parachute. Nothing else. Was he an experienced skydiver? A rogue military operative? A dead man on arrival? The suspect list grew to over 800. Some names became infamous: Richard McCoy, who hijacked a plane in similar fashion; Kenneth Christensen, a former paratrooper. Even wildcard theories tied Cooper to CIA experiments or time travel. But no charges were ever filed. No one confessed. The case was officially closed in 2016, unsolved. D.B. Cooper became more than a hijacker. He became an American folk hero, part outlaw, part ghost, a symbol of perfect escape. He took the money and vanished, leaving the world with nothing but questions, wind, and an open door. And while Cooper jumped from a plane into the unknown, another man disappeared into a jungle, driven by dreams of a lost city and an ancient world buried beneath vines and time. The Disappearance of Percy Faucet, 1925. Colonel Percy Harrison Faucet was not just any explorer. He was the explorer, military man, cartographer, mystic, and madman, depending on who you asked. In 1925, he vanished into the Amazon with his son and his son's friend in a quest for something he called Z. Not a city, a civilization. Faucet believed that deep in the uncharted jungles of Brazil, beyond the rivers and hostile tribes, there existed the remnants of a highly advanced, ancient society predating European contact, possibly more sophisticated than any pre-Columbian structure known at the time. He had maps, he had theories, he had confidence, and he had no backup plan. Faucet's final expedition began with a few cryptic letters and a cheerful send-off. He promised not to rescue him if things went south. He didn't want to be saved. Then, silence. The trio disappeared near the upper Xingu River. No distress call, no campfire, no bones. What followed was decades of obsession. More than 100 people would die attempting to find Faucet or find what he was looking for. Some expeditions came back with arrow wounds and fever. Others didn't come back at all. Stories filtered out from the jungle. Faucet had been killed by hostile tribes. Faucet had gone native. Faucet had found Z and chosen never to return. None were proven. In the 2000s, archaeological finds in the Amazon uncovered signs of ancient cities, complex road systems, massive mounds, pottery, and irrigation canals. Maybe Faucet wasn't mad. Maybe he was just early. But if he ever found those cities, he took that knowledge with him into the green void. His mystery isn't just disappearance, it's persistence. The jungle swallowed him, but the idea that civilization once bloomed where only wilderness was thought to exist still grips us. And while Faucet chased secrets into the trees, ancient engineers once carved secrets into stone-slanted narrow tunnels pointing to nowhere or to the stars. The purpose of the Great Pyramid of Giza's air shafts. C. 2580, 2560 BC. The Great Pyramid of Giza looms like a riddle with hard edges. Built over 4,500 years ago, it defies time, logic, and architectural expectation. Beneath its limestone skin, narrow tunnels snake through the stone, some leading to chambers, others leading to nothing. And then there are the shafts. 2 from the king's chamber, 2 from the queen's, roughly 8 inches wide, perfectly aligned. These so-called air shafts have no functional ventilation role. They angle upward with astonishing precision. One points directly to Orion's belt, another to Sirius. Coincidence, ritual, or ancient astronomy etched in limestone? For centuries, these shafts were dismissed as structural flukes, but modern tech changed the game. Robots were sent inside. Cameras snaked through passages humans couldn't enter. What they found? Sealed doors, copper handles, intricate carvings, not airways, intentions. Some believe the shafts had symbolic meaning, guiding the soul of the pharaoh to specific stars, the heavenly afterlife of the gods. Others think they were used during rituals to communicate with celestial deities. A few even propose electromagnetic functions resonance chambers, tuned to vibrate in harmony with planetary energies. Wild? Sure, but so is the pyramid itself. It contains over 2.3 million blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, aligned with cardinal points to within a fraction of a degree. There's no mortar, no inscriptions in the inner chambers. Just weight, geometry, and secrets. The shafts remain blocked at their ends, like ancient questions with no mouthpiece. Some argue they were built not for air or light, but for belief. Pathways not for the body, but for the spirit. If the pyramid is a machine, then the shafts are its keyholes. And while these stone veins reach toward the cosmos, another vessel sailing over the seas would be found hollow, its crew gone, its name etched into maritime lore as a ghost ship with no final chapter. The disappearance of the crew of the Carol A.D. Earring, 1921. She ran aground on Diamond Shoals, a notorious stretch of water off Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, called the Graveyard of the Atlantic. But when rescuers boarded the 5-masted schooner Carol A. Deering on the 31st of January, 1921, what they found wasn't wreckage, it was mystery. The crew was gone. Every single man. The ship had run aground upright. Its sails were set. The galley was mid-prep for a meal. The logbook, navigation equipment, and lifeboats were missing. Personal belongings were untouched. The only living soul on board? A single hungry cat. The Deering had been on a return trip from Brazil with a load of coal. After leaving Barbados, the ship had reported crew tensions, particularly between the captain and the first mate. But no signs of mutiny were ever confirmed. Sightings of the Deering before it ran aground suggest it was sailing erratically. One lightship crew even reported a strange manot, the captain hailing them, asking to forward a message. The man claimed the ship had lost both anchors. He didn't look or act like an officer. Then came the beaching. The Coast Guard launched an investigation. Theories ranged from mutiny to piracy, from Soviet involvement, this was the Red Scare era, to a Bermuda Triangle-style disappearance. A storm had passed through days before the grounding, but it hadn't been severe enough to explain the abandonment of a seaworthy vessel. Even now, no wreckage of lifeboats, no bodies, no messages in bottles have surfaced. The sea held its silence. The Carol A.D. Earring is often overshadowed by more dramatic ghost ships. But it remains one of maritime history's most chilling puzzles. A ship perfectly intact, manned until moments before left empty, adrift, and swallowed by time. And while that ghost ship drifted silently onto the sands, another death back on dry land would be no less haunting, marked not by disappearance, but by delirium, cryptic behavior, and a final collapse that left a literary genius dead and 100 questions unanswered. The death of Edgar Allan Poe, 1849. He was found on the streets of Baltimore, delirious and barely conscious, wearing someone else's clothes. Edgar Allan Poe, master of the macabre, author of The Raven, The Tell-Tale Heart, and The Fall of the House of Usher, was in no condition to speak, let alone write. 4 days later, he was dead. He never regained coherence. His last words, according to some, were, "Lord, help my poor soul." The official cause of death? Unknown. The records have been lost. At the time, the newspapers cited congestion of the brain or cerebral inflammation, vague euphemisms often used for alcoholism, but even that doesn't explain the circumstances. He'd been missing for several days. His route supposedly from Richmond to New York made no sense. The clothes he wore were dirty, ill-fitting, and not his own. He had no luggage, no identification, no wallet. Then come the theories. Alcohol poisoning, perhaps. Poe had a troubled relationship with drink, known to suffer severe reactions, but friends claimed he'd been sober. Others suggested drugs, rabies, syphilis, even carbon monoxide poisoning. And then there's cooping, a sinister election day tactic where gangs kidnapped random men, drugged or beat them, and forced them to vote multiple times under different disguises. Poe was found outside a polling place on election day, disoriented, wearing odd clothes. It fits. Too well, maybe. Some say he was murdered. Others believe he suffered a brain tumor, undiagnosed and left to rot. A few romanticize his death as poetic justice, a man whose stories dripped with madness and mortality, finally consumed by the very themes he wrote about. Whatever the truth, it died with him. The mystery isn't just how he died, it's why the story refuses to close. His grave has become a pilgrimage site. Fans leave roses and cognac. His final days remain as fogged and feverish as his fiction. And while Poe's end was wrapped in shadows, the next enigma was born in sunlight. Paradise Lost, whispered by philosophers and explorers alike, a city swallowed not by jungle, but by myth itself. The true story behind the legend of Atlantis, c. 360 BC, Plato. It began with Plato. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, the philosopher describes a vast, powerful island civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Atlantis was rich in gold, advanced in architecture, militarily formidable, and morally corrupt. Then, in a single day and night, it sank into the sea. That's it. That's all we've ever had. And yet the world never let it go. Was Plato describing a moral allegory? A parable about the dangers of hubris and imperialism? Or was he recording a real place, passed down through whispered histories and travelers' tales? The idea of Atlantis has obsessed scholars, dreamers, and cranks for over 2 millennia. Ancient historians debated its authenticity. In the Renaissance, maps marked speculative locations. During the 19th and 20th centuries, Atlantis became a beacon for pseudo-scientific theories home of aliens, superbeings, or survivors of a pre-Ice Age civilization. Some place it in the Caribbean, others say Antarctica, the Mediterranean, the Azores, even under Greenland's ice. What's consistent is the desire to believe, to imagine that somewhere beneath the waves lies the shattered marble of a once great society, proof that our ancestors were not primitive, but enlightened and lost. Modern science has turned its back on the romantic vision. No evidence has ever been found, not a column, not a coin. But every few years, a new discovery revives the myth. Sonar blips, anomalous ruins, underwater shapes. The line between Atlantis and obsession is as thin as a diving mask. Some believe Plato drew inspiration from real disasters, the volcanic destruction of Thera, for example, which wiped out Minoan Crete. Others think Atlantis was always meant to be fiction, a cautionary tale weaponized through elegance and detail. Still, the myth endures, not just because we love lost cities, but because Atlantis reflects the deepest human fear, that we might rise too high and fall too far. And while Atlantis may have drowned in allegory, the next mystery rose in Smokian urban shroud that killed thousands in days and left science scrambling for answers in a city that couldn't breathe. The cause of the Great London smog of 1952, it crept in like a thief. On the 5th of December, 1952, Londoners woke to a thick, yellowish haze that blanketed the city in an unnatural stillness. The air felt heavy. The light was wrong, but no one panicked at first. Fog was common in the city. What was one more gloomy December morning? Then the fog didn't lift. It deepened. By the second day, visibility dropped to mere feet. People walked into lampposts. Buses crawled. Some commuters held ropes to navigate the streets. By day 3, the fog had seeped indoors. Theater shows were canceled not for lack of attendance, but because audiences couldn't see the stage through the air inside the building. The city choked on its own breath. The Great Smog lasted 5 days. It killed, officially, around 4,000 people. Later estimates suggest the true number may have been closer to 12,000, with another 100,000 sickened. The victims didn't drop in the streets. They suffocated slowly. Elderly people, babies, those with asthma or bronchitis, they died in beds, on sofas, in hospitals, overwhelmed by a disaster no one could name. And here's the mystery. We know the fog was caused by air pollution, yes, but why was it so deadly? And why then? London had burned coal for centuries. Its air had always been filthy. But in 1952, a perfect storm of factors collided. A high-pressure weather system, trapped cold air near the ground, and with it, the smoke from a million hearths. Industrial emissions added sulfur dioxide, hydrochloric acid, and particulates. Combined with the damp air, the result was a toxic chemical soup. But even now, scientists still debate the exact composition of that lethal fog, how the particles formed, how they entered the bloodstream, why the death toll was so staggering. The Great Smog was more than a weather event. It was a living organism made of industry and indifference. And while London gasped beneath its yellow veil, across the English Channel, a courtroom drama was unfolding, one that would pit identity against inheritance in a case so bizarre it blurred the line between fraud and reincarnation. The identity of the tick-borne claimant, 1866, 1874. He arrived from Australia in 1866, claiming to be Sir Roger Tichborne, heir to the Tichborne baronetcy, long presumed dead in a shipwreck. The problem? The real Roger had vanished in 1854. The man who stood before the Tichborne family now was significantly heavier, spoke with a Cockney accent, and bore little resemblance to the aristocrat he claimed to be. But he knew things. He identified old family servants. He recalled stories only Roger should have known. He had supporters, especially among the working class, who saw him as a symbol of justice, an ordinary man standing up to a corrupt elite. His opponents were just as fierce. They insisted he was an impostor named Arthur Ortona Butcher's son from Wapping, who had disappeared from England years earlier. The case exploded into a media circus. 2 trials, 5 years, a gallery of eccentric witnesses. In 1874, the court declared him a fraud. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison for perjury, but many remained unconvinced. Even behind bars, he had followers. Pamphlets circulated. Public meetings rallied in his defense. The question lingers, was he a liar? Or had class prejudice buried a man simply because he didn't look like a noble? There were discrepancies, yes, but there were also truths that shouldn't have been knowable. How did he identify the dog's collar hidden in the attic? How did he know about Roger's private tattoo? No one ever truly resolved it. After prison, the claimant toured as a sideshow attraction, selling autographs and recounting his tale. He died in obscurity in 1898, still claiming he was Roger Tichborne. He went to his grave with half a nation unsure if he was conman or castaway. And while courtroom battles raged over identity and inheritance, another vessel vanished, this time not into lies or fog, but into the deep Atlantic, swallowed whole with its crew of over 300, and never seen again. The disappearance of the USS Cyclops, 1918. The last message was simple: weather fair, all well. Then, silence. The USS Cyclops was a massive naval collier, over 500 feet long, tasked with transporting coal and supplies during World War I. In March 1918, she departed Barbados bound for Baltimore laden with cargo and carrying 306 people. She never arrived. No distress signal, no debris, no oil slick, nothing. She was last seen sailing calmly through the Atlantic. Then she vanished into the void, earning her a permanent place in the Bermuda Triangle's legend. Theories multiplied like ghosts. Some blamed enemy submarines. But there were no German U-boat records of an attack. Others pointed to structural failure. The ship had a reputation for being overloaded and may have suffered from a cracked engine mount. But again, no wreckage, no proof. There were whispers of sabotage, espionage, a rogue wave, a wormhole. Even stranger, 2 sister ships of the Cyclops would later vanish under similarly eerie circumstances. Same region, same fate. The Bermuda Triangle theory devoured the narrative. Some say magnetic anomalies scrambled navigation. Others believe in atmospheric disturbances, time slips, or alien abduction. None of it can be proven. All of it feeds the legend. The Navy conducted an extensive investigation. The final report? Lost without a trace. That phrase has echoed for over a century. The Cyclops became more than a ship. It became a symbol of things that disappear without reason, a steel monument to uncertainty. The largest loss of life in U.S. naval history not involving combatants still, we don't know what happened. She sailed into the blue and never came back. And somewhere in that same wilderness of uncertainty, rumors still walk on two legs covered, camera-shy, and just blurry enough to stay legendary. The legend of Bigfoot, Sasquatch, various historical accounts, modern sightings, 1950s onwards. He's got big feet and a bigger resume, folklore icon, blurry photo model, conspiracy staple, and professional hide-and-seek champion. Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatches, the towering, hair-covered hominid that has been allegedly stalking the forests of North America for centuries. Native American tribes told stories of wild men and forest giants long before Europeans arrived. The name Sasquatch comes from the Coast Salish word Sesquak, meaning wild man. But the modern Bigfoot craze exploded in the 1950s, fueled by newspaper reports, alleged encounters, and a growing appetite for mystery in post-war America. Then came 1967. The Patterson-Gimlin film. Grainy, shaky, iconic. It showed a large bipedal creature striding across a California riverbed, glancing back with what looked like mild annoyance. To some, it was the smoking gun. To others, a shaggy hoax. The footage remains hotly debated. Experts have tried to debunk it for decades. Costume makers, biologists, skeptics, everyone has weighed in. Yet, there it stands, 59 seconds of cinematic legend. But the film is just one thread in a much larger tangle. Sightings come from Washington, Oregon, British Columbia, and beyond. Witnesses described the same creature, 7 to 10 feet tall, massive footprints, hence the name, a musky odor, and an ability to vanish into the forest like smoke. Footprints, hair samples, howls in the night, pieces of a puzzle that never quite lock. And the question lingers. If this thing is real, why hasn't it been caught? Skeptics argue misidentifications, hoaxes, or a form of mass hysteria, but believers point to the vast unexplored tracts of wilderness in North America. If mountain lions can go unseen for years, why not something smarter? Bigfoot exists in that perfect sweet spot, just credible enough to entertain, just elusive enough to avoid disproof. He's not just a creature. He's a mirror for our yearning that something wild, ancient, and unknown still walks among us. And speaking of shadows behind the curtain, our next mystery wears a quill instead of fur, a name we all know attached to works that changed the world but maybe never written by the man history credits. The true identity of Shakespeare. Various theories. To be or not to be? William Shakespeare? That's the question scholars, skeptics, and sleepless grad students have been asking for over a century. The man from Stratford-upon-Avon is credited with 39 plays, 154 sonnets, and a few epic poems works that reshaped English literature and still dominate stages, schools, and streaming services. But here's the problem. William Shakespeare, the man, left almost no personal records. No letters, no manuscripts, no evidence he ever traveled outside England, had elite education, or owned a single book. His will mentions a second-best bed, but not a single document relating to writing. So, who wrote the plays? One camp says, Shakespeare, full stop. The lack of documentation isn't unusual for the time. Genius needs no aristocratic credentials. He was a gifted storyteller who used what he saw around him: human nature, ambition, betrayal, love, death. The other camp, Oxfordians, Baconites, Marlovians, and more, argues that the plays reflect knowledge of law, court life, foreign lands, and classical literature far beyond what a provincial actor would know. They propose alternate authors: Edward de Vere, Francis Bacon, Christopher Marlowe, even Queen Elizabeth I. Each theory has its fingerprints. De Vere had education and travel experience. Bacon had the brains and secretive streak. Marlowe had literary chops and a suspiciously timed death. But all these alternatives come with their own missing pieces. And no one has found the smoking quill. The debate isn't just academic, it's existential. It asks, can a common man write like a god? Or does greatness require a pedigree? Whoever Shakespeare was, the words remain. The mystery isn't whether they were written, it's who hid behind the pen. And while quills and crowns blur into enigma, a darker fate awaited two young boys locked in a tower heirs to a kingdom who vanished without a whisper. Their story buried in bricks and blood. The fate of the princes in the tower, 1483. 2 boys, 1 crown, 0 graves. In the summer of 1483, 12-year-old Edward V and his 9-year-old brother Richard, Duke of York, were placed in the Tower of London by their uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, ostensibly for their protection. They were never seen again. Within months, Richard declared them illegitimate and took the throne as Richard III. The princes vanished from history. No funeral, no formal declaration of death. Just a tower, a crown, and a silence that echoed across the centuries. So what happened? The most widely accepted theory is simple and chilling. Richard III had them killed. The timing fits. The motive is clear. Eliminate rivals, secure the throne. But there's no confession, no trial. No contemporary record of the deed. And Richard's defenders argue he had no need. Public opinion was already in his favor, and he ruled effectively. Other suspects include Henry Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, or even Henry Tudor, who became Henry VII after defeating Richard in battle. Did they kill the boys to frame Richard and consolidate their own claims? Then, in 1674, workmen discovered 2 small skeletons beneath a staircase in the tower. They were reinterred at Westminster Abbey, labeled the Lost Princes. But no DNA testing has been done to confirm their identity, and some historians argue they could be someone else entirely. Were the princes murdered? Hidden? Spirited away and raised in secret? Pretenders later emerged, men claiming to be the surviving prince, but none were accepted as genuine. The princes in the tower remain a medieval cold case. Political, bloody, and unsolved. A tragedy written not in ink, but in rumor and stone. And while the tower swallowed 2 heirs in its stone gut, another death would rise on a plague window that burned through the empire of Byzantium with deadly speed, killing millions, and leaving behind more questions than corpses. The cause of the plague of Justinian, 541–542 AD. It came like smoke through a keyhole, silent, unseen, and unstoppable. In the year 541 AD, the Eastern Roman Empire, ruled by Emperor Justinian I, was at the height of its power. Constantinople glittered, its laws unified, its armies expanded. Then people began to die. The plague struck with a speed and scale that shook the ancient world. Reports claim 5,000 deaths a day in Constantinople at its peak. Some sources say it reached 10,000. Corpses filled streets, carts hauled bodies into mass graves, clergy dropped dead mid-prayer, gravediggers fled or fell themselves, trade halted, crops rotted in the fields. Empire crumbled under its own breath. It wasn't just one wave. The plague returned in cycles for over 200 years, killing millions across Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Some historians argue that it wiped out up to half the population of the known world. But here's the mystery. What exactly was it? Most scholars believe it was the first recorded outbreak of Yersinia pestis, the bacterium behind the later Black Death. Genetic evidence supports this, but it's still debated. Ancient descriptions mention symptoms that don't quite match. Swelling, delirium, rapid death, yes, but also cases that sound almost like smallpox or viral hemorrhagic fevers. And how did it spread so fast? Some blame rats and fleas, carried via grain ships from Egypt. Others suggest a more complex vector climate anomalies, human migration, or even early biological warfare. The mechanisms remain murky, the timelines imprecise. The plague of Justinian didn't just kill bodies, it shifted history. Weakened by disease, the Byzantine Empire lost territory. Rome's dream of reconquest faded, whole cities disappeared. Some say it laid the groundwork for the rise of Islam, the fall of Persia, and the reconfiguration of Europe. And through it all, Justinian survived, though he caught the plague himself. He rebuilt Constantinople, rewrote the law, and buried a world that would never quite be the same. But while one ancient machine of death left its mark on cities and skin, another machine far older and far stranger was pulled from the sea, sparking questions not about survival, but about time itself. The purpose of the Antikythera mechanism, c. 150, 100 BC. It looked like a lump of corroded bronze when they found it in 1901, hauled from the wreck of an ancient Roman ship near the Greek island of Antikythera. Just another archaeological oddity until they x-rayed it. Inside? Gears, cogs, precision engineering. This was no trinket. This was a machine. The Antikythera mechanism is a complex device roughly the size of a shoebox filled with bronze gears and intricate inscriptions. Modern reconstructions reveal it to be an ancient analog computer capable of predicting astronomical positions, eclipses, phases of the moon, and even Olympic Games cycles. From the 2nd century BC. It's not just advanced for its time, it's impossible. No other mechanism like it exists from antiquity. Not even close. The craftsmanship rivals 18th century clockwork. The knowledge encoded in it about celestial cycles, mathematical modeling, and gear ratios was centuries ahead of its era. Some researchers suggest it reflects lost knowledge from Archimedes or an unknown Hellenistic genius. But here's the puzzle. Who made it and why? There's no maker's mark, no accompanying literature, no other copies. It's as if it fell from the sky and then vanished. Was it a teaching tool, a scientific calculator, a religious instrument? Its functions span all three. Some suggest it was used in temples to impress worshippers. Others believe it was the personal gadget of a philosopher-astronomer. And why didn't this technology spread? Why isn't the Roman Empire filled with mini Antikytheras? Theories abound. It may have been a one-off, a rare artifact destroyed by war or ignorance, or perhaps it represents a broader technological peak wiped clean by the collapse of classical civilization. What's certain is this: the Antikythera mechanism is the kind of discovery that doesn't answer questions, it creates more. It tells us someone, somewhere, knew more than we thought possible. And as this ancient machine ticked in the shadows of forgotten science, an entire expedition would tick toward its doomed 2 ships, dozens of men, and a white maze of ice that would never let them go. The disappearance of the Franklin expedition, 1845. 2 ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, over 120 men, a mission to find the fabled Northwest Passagean Arctic route that could link the Atlantic and Pacific. They sailed from England in 1845, outfitted with the latest technology. Steam engines, reinforced hulls, 3 years of supplies. Led by Sir John Franklin, a seasoned explorer, the expedition was the pride of the British Empire. They were never seen alive again. What followed was one of the most extensive search efforts in naval history. Dozens of expeditions combed the Arctic. Inuit testimony, scattered artifacts, and a single chilling note left in a cairn were all that surfaced. That note, dated 1847 and updated in 1848, reported that the ships had become icebound in Victoria Strait. Franklin had died. The crew, low on supplies and facing an unending polar night, had abandoned the ships. They intended to march south. They never made it. Years later, scattered remains were found, skeletons on the ice, graves with signs of lead poisoning and scurvy. Some bones showed knife marks, evidence of cannibalism. The great imperial expedition had dissolved into starvation and madness. But the ships? Gone. For over a century and a half, their whereabouts remained a mystery. Then, in 2014 and 2016, both vessels were finally discovered, astonishingly well preserved beneath the Arctic waters. But even their rediscovery didn't solve the mystery. Why had the expedition failed so catastrophically? Was it flawed canned food, contaminated water, inadequate adaptation to the harsh climate? And why had no one survived to tell the tale? The Franklin expedition remains a frozen question mark cone of hubris, endurance, and silence, a triumph of engineering buried under miles of ice. And while the Arctic kept its dead locked in a frozen grave, another mystery stretched back into the ancient world. Two towering columns at the edge of the known world, said to mark the boundary between man's realm and the gods. 32 mysteries deep and still no bottom in sight. If your brain's buzzing and your sense of reality's starting to slip, good, you're in the right place. Make sure to hit that subscribe button before the next one hits, and tell us in the comments where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now. We're mapping the mystery, one viewer at a time. The mystery of the Pillars of Hercules. Ancient world. They stood at the edge of the known world. Twin markers where land gave way to myth. The Pillars of Hercules on each side of the Strait of Gibraltar were said to be placed by the demigod himself to mark the limit of human exploration. Beyond here, there be monsters. Or maybe something older. Maybe just the end. But what were they? Classical sources are inconsistent. One pillar is typically identified with the Rock of Gibraltar towering, defiant, unmistakable. But the second, that's where things fracture. Some say it's Jebel Musa on the African side, a mountain that mirrors Gibraltar's shape. Others claim it was a constructed monument, now lost to erosion, war, or time. There are records of temples, obelisks, and ceremonial columns, now long vanished, supposedly erected by Phoenicians or Greeks. What makes the mystery burn brighter is the way these pillars keep shifting across stories. To the Greeks, they were the edge of Heracles' labor. To the Romans, a symbol of empire's reach. To medieval scholars, they guarded the unknown, a warning against arrogance. But did they mark a real boundary or an imaginary one? Some argue that the pillars weren't just geographic, they were philosophical. They were meant to represent the transition from the civilized to the chaotic, the ordered world into the deep. A metaphysical checkpoint. And if Atlantis really lay beyond Themas Plato claimed, then maybe the pillars weren't just symbolic. Maybe they were gateways. What remains today is ambiguity. 2 rocks, 2 myths, and a phrase carved into ancient maps and minds alike. Non plus ultra, nothing further beyond, until someone dared to cross them. And as explorers gazed westward from those pillars, one man who helped shape the most secretive order of the Crusades would vanish from record, not on a battlefield, but in the blank space where history forgets on purpose. The disappearance of the founder of the Knights Templar, Hughes de Payens, 1136. He was there at the beginning. Hughes de Payens was the first Grand Master of the Knights Templar, a man who turned a few knights into a legendary order. They were warrior monks, defenders of pilgrims, guardians of relics, and, some say, custodians of a far more ancient knowledge. He founded the order in 1119, was granted official recognition by the Church in 1129, and then he vanished. Officially, he died in 1136, but no details exist. No recorded illness, no battle, no tomb with a name, just a blank space where a legend should end. This is strange, because Hughes was no footnote. He was central to the rise of the Templars. He traveled with kings. He was received by the Pope. He helped shape the rules of the order. He's mentioned in major medieval chronicles. And then, silence. No deathbed confessions. No body. No monument. Some theorists point to the possibility of erasure. Did Hughes discover something? Something dangerous? Something heretical? The Templars have long been connected with relics like the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, lost Gospels. Could the founder have stepped away or been removed because of what he knew? Others argue that he retreated into secrecy, that he became part of a hidden inner circle of the Templars, guarding truths too explosive for the medieval world. Maybe he left Europe. Maybe he entered exile. Maybe he never died at all. Templar lore is soaked in conspiracy, but Hughes de Payens remains its purest Ritalin because he's unknown, but because his end is. And from a forgotten grave to a forgotten legion, another silence waits not in temples or tombs, but in the ranks of Rome's finest, who marched into the mist and never returned. The Lost Roman Ninth Legion, c. 120 AD. They were the pride of Rome. The Ninth Legion, Legio IX Hispana, had a fearsome reputation. They fought in Spain, Germany, Gaul, and finally Britannia. Then, around 120 AD, they vanished. No battle records. No return. Just one quiet disappearance north of Hadrian's Wall. One moment, they're building forts in York. The next, they're gone from the scrolls of empire. What happened? Some believe they were slaughtered by British tribes during an Upper Singa massacre, so humiliating that Rome erased it from official memory. Others say they were transferred east and absorbed into other units. A few scattered inscriptions hint that parts of the Ninth may have survived longer than assumed, possibly serving in the east. But no definitive records confirm their fate. The Ninth became legend. Books and films like The Eagle romanticize their end lost in fog, betrayed, cut down by painted warriors in the forests of Caledonia. No bodies have been found. No battlefield confirmed. Just fragments of armor, ghost inscriptions, and a gap in history. Why the silence? If they were destroyed, why no Roman retribution? If they survived, why no honors, no triumphs? The Romans documented everything, but not this. The Ninth exists now as a military phantom etched into history's margin notes. Theories flourish, evidence remains thin, and the mist over northern Britain never quite clears. They marched into the wilds, into the unknown, and maybe that's exactly where they belonged. And while a legion may disappear from the earth, another ship would disappear into the Iceno with a battle cry, but with time itself becoming a floating ghost for decades after its crew abandoned her in the Arctic's silent grip. The fate of the crew of the SS Bachimo, 1931. The SS Bachimo was a steel-hulled cargo ship used by the Hudson's Bay Company, tasked with transporting furs and goods across the icy trade routes of the Arctic. She was a workhorse, sturdy, slow, and unremarkable until she became something else entirely, a ghost ship that would haunt the Arctic for nearly 4 decades. In 1931, while en route near the coast of Alaska, the Bachimo became trapped in early sea ice. Her crew, anticipating a long freeze, abandoned her temporarily and set up camp nearby. Then, a blizzard struck. When the storm cleared, the ship was gone. They assumed she had sunk. She hadn't. Days later, the crew found her intact, adrift, and unreachable. Eventually, assuming she was doomed, they salvaged what they could and left her to the sea. But the Bachimo refused to go quietly. Over the next 38 years, she was spotted dozens of times. Sometimes grounded, sometimes drifting, always empty. Inuit hunters saw her, explorers boarded her. In 1939, she was boarded again, still seaworthy. But efforts to salvage her failed, Again and again, she eluded recovery like a creature determined not to be caged. The last confirmed sighting came in 1969, still afloat, still unmanned, moving silently across the Beaufort Sea. Then, nothing. The ship simply disappeared. The Bechimo has become Arctic folklore, a mechanical ghost too stubborn to sink. What kept her floating for so long? Why was she never recovered? Did the cold preserve her beyond reason? Or was there something uncanny at work, a ship with a soul? Her crew lived, but the ship lived longer. And while she drifted endlessly, another beast, flesh and blood, this time would carve its way through the hills of 18th century France, leaving behind only mangled bodies, mass hysteria, and a name that still howls across history. The identity of the Beast of Gévaudan, 1764, 1767. It began with a girl. In 1764, a 14-year-old shepherdess tending her cattle in the French province of Gévaudan was attacked and killed by something described as a massive, wolf-like creature. Her body was found mutilated, her throat torn out, and it wouldn't be the last. Over the next 3 years, the Beast of Gévaudan would go on to kill over 100 people, mostly women and children. Witnesses described it as larger than a wolf, with reddish fur, a long tail, and eyes that seemed too intelligent. It attacked with terrifying precision, often striking in daylight, dragging victims off despite the presence of armed escorts. The panic was so intense that King Louis XV sent professional hunters and soldiers to kill it. They killed hundreds of wolves. None were the beast. One hunter claimed victory in 1765, presenting a massive wolf corpse. The killings continued. What was it? A mutant wolf? A hyena escaped from a noble's private menagerie? A lion? A serial killer using the legend to mask human murders? Some even suggested a trained animal used by a sadist to commit killings without suspicion. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the attack stopped. One final wolf was killed in 1767 by a local marksman. This time, it was buried in secret. The killings ended. No grand parade, no royal fanfare, but the legend endured. The Beast of Gévaudan became part of France's folklore. A monster, yes, but also a symbol of fear, of rural isolation, and of the human need to name the unnameable, to turn terror into narrative. The truth? Still unsolved. And while beasts were being hunted across the French countryside, halfway across the world, stone faces stared out over a remote Pacific island, massive, mysterious, and still waiting for someone to explain how they got there. The true purpose of the Easter Island Moai, c. 1250, 1500 AD. Easter Island is one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth, and yet, it is home to some of the most iconic and enigmatic monuments in human history, the Moai. Nearly 1,000 monolithic statues dot the island, massive heads, with elongated ears, stoic faces, and torsos buried in volcanic soil. Some weigh over 80 tons. Carved from volcanic tuff, they were hauled from quarries miles away. How? That's the first mystery. Theories abound, rolling them on logs, walking them upright, using rope systems, or some unknown, forgotten method. Recent experiments suggest they could have been walked side to side. But there's still no definitive consensus. Then comes the bigger question. Why? Were they gods, ancestors, guardians? Most scholars believe the Moai represent deified ancestors, placed to watch over their clans. They were likely positioned to face inland, looking at the villages not out to sea. They were not for protection against outsiders. They were for connection with the past. But if that's true, why were some of them left half-carved in the quarry? Why did construction stop? Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, suffered ecological collapse. Deforestation, overpopulation, and resource exhaustion may have crippled the society that built the Moai. Some believe civil war broke out. Statues were toppled, rituals abandoned. Others think the culture simply evolved. No catastrophe, just change. Still, the silence of the Moai remains deafening. How did a small island community create and transport such colossal works? And why did they pour so much into them labor, identity, stone only to stop? The Moai are stone enigmas, faces of a forgotten chapter. And while these statues stare endlessly toward the past, high in the Ural Mountains, another enigma unfolded in the Snow-Nine hikers, a torn tent, and a mystery that still shivers through the pages of history. The mysterious deaths of the Dyatlov Pass incident, 1959. 9 experienced Soviet hikers set out into the Ural Mountains in January 1959. They were young, seasoned in winter trekking, and well-equipped for the brutal elements. Their destination was a peak known ominously as Dead Mountain. They never returned. Weeks later, rescuers found their tent, slashed open from the inside. Their boots, jackets, and gear were still inside, but the hikers were not. Their bodies were discovered scattered across the snowy slopes, some nearly naked, others miles from the camp. One had a fractured skull, another was missing her tongue and eyes. A few had internal injuries with no external wounds, as if crushed by force but untouched on the surface. What could explain this? Theories have multiplied like frost. Some claim an avalanche, but experts note the tent placement and injuries don't quite align. Others point to infrasound, a weather phenomenon causing panic attack. There's speculation about secret military testing, radiation exposure, or psychological breakdown. And, of course, there are the wilder fringes, aliens, yetis, portals to other dimensions. But the facts remain stranger than any fiction. Experienced hikers do not flee their tent half-dressed into -30°C temperatures unless something unthinkable happens. Something so immediate, so terrifying, that logic breaks. The case was reopened in recent years. The official conclusion? A snow slab event. Yet the mystery lingers because it isn't just the cause of death that unsettles us. It's the details, the photos found in their cameras, the journal entries that stop abruptly, the expressions of sheer terror on some of the frozen faces. They weren't just lost, they were overcome. And while these 9 vanished into frost and fear, the last Anglo-Saxon king of England would disappear not into the snow, but into history, cut down on the battlefield, yet leaving no grave, no bones, and no peace. The disappearance of Harold Godwinson's body after the Battle of Hastings, 1066. He was the king who reigned for 9 months and died in 9 hours. On the 14th of October, 1066, Harold Godwinson faced William the Conqueror at the Battle of Hastings, an event that would decide the fate of England. According to the Bayeux Tapestry, Harold was struck in the eye by an arrow and then hacked to death by Norman knights. He died defending his crown. But what happened to his body? That's the mystery. William refused to return Harold's corpse to his mother for burial, despite her offering his weight in gold. Some sources say he was buried on the beach under a cairn. Others claim he was taken to Waltham Abbey, his favorite religious site, and buried in secret by loyal monks. But no grave has ever been found. Excavations at Waltham have turned up nothing conclusive. Some legends suggest Harold survived the battle, wounded and unrecognizable, and lived out his days as a hermit. It sounds ridiculous until you remember that the entire kingdom was changing hands overnight. Chaos can make ghosts of anyone. Why would William hide the body? Symbolism. A proper royal burial could legitimize Harold's claim. Better to erase him. No tomb, no martyrdom, just a name carved into defeat. The lack of remains leaves an open wound in British history. He was the last Anglo-Saxon king, the end of a lineage. the beginning of Norman rule. And yet, we can't find his bones. In a world where kings were embalmed and entombed with ceremony, Harold Godwinson vanished like a myth. And while monarchs disappeared into politics and propaganda across the Atlantic, another mystery unfolded not in palaces, but in tents among believers who were so sure of salvation they sold their lives, waited for heaven, and watched the sky stay silent. The Great Disappointment of 1844. It wasn't a war, or a famine, or a plague. It was a prophecy, and when it failed, it didn't just destroy expectations, it shattered faith. In the early 19th century, a Baptist preacher named William Miller predicted that Christ would return to earth between the 21st of March, 1843, and the 21st of March, 1844. When nothing happened, he recalculated the 22nd of October, 1844. That was the date, the day of judgment, the end of time. Tens of thousands believed him. They sold their possessions, left their farms, wore white ascension robes, climbed hills, gathered in fields and meeting houses. They prayed, they waited. Midnight came, and nothing. The sun rose on the 23rd of October, like it always did, ordinary and cruel. The event became known as the Great Disappointment. Some wept, some collapsed in despair, others denounced Miller. The movement fractured. Some followers reinterpreted the date saying Christ had entered the heavenly sanctuary, not returned to earth. This reinterpretation laid the foundation for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. But for many, the damage was permanent. What makes this more than just a failed prediction is the scale of emotional and spiritual fallout. These weren't fringe zealots. These were everyday people who truly believed. Farmers, teachers, families. They rearranged their lives around a promise only to find silence where revelation was supposed to be. Psychologists now use the event to study cognitive dissonance, the mental gymnastics people perform when reality doesn't match belief. How people double down, how they shift definitions, how disappointment becomes doctrine. But maybe the real mystery is this. Why do people keep setting dates? Miller wasn't the first. He wasn't the last. There's something in the human soul that needs a finish line, a cosmic countdown, a final reckoning. And when it doesn't come, we don't abandon the idea. We wait again. The identity of the Chesapeake Ripper. 1830s, 1840s. Long before the term serial killer existed, someone was butchering people along the Chesapeake Bay in ways that shocked even 19th century sensibilities. In the 1830s and 1840s, a string of mutilated bodies began appearing in Virginia and Maryland, some drained of blood, some with organs removed, all with a chilling level of anatomical precision. The newspapers at the time whispered about a butcher or ripper, but the story never gained the historical infamy of later monsters like Jack the Ripper. Still, the locals knew. They locked their doors. They buried their dead in fear, not reverence. Official records are scarce, scattered, and vague, typical of the era. Coroner's reports mention unusual incisions. Some victims were believed to be sex workers, laborers, or runaways, people society didn't bother to look for. Others were never identified at all. They simply turned up, cut open, and dumped near marshes or shallow riverbanks. What links the cases is the style of the surgical neatness, the patterns in dismemberment, and the eerie consistency over years. There was no apparent motive, nothing stolen, nothing written, no taunts, no theatrics. Just silence. Some suspected a rogue medical student, others blamed escaped asylum patients, or even a practitioner of dark rituals. A few whispers linked it to secret societies experimenting with early surgical techniques. But no one was ever caught. No suspect ever tried. The killings stopped as quietly as they began. Today, the Chesapeake Ripper exists only in fragmented records and local legend. But to those who lived near the water then, it was real and far more terrifying for what it lacked: explanation, identity, closure. And while one mystery carved its terror with a scalpel, halfway across the ancient world, a strange clay object inscribed with spirals and symbols still defies translation, its meaning locked in circular logic. The mystery of the ancient Baghdad Battery. c. 250 BC, 224 AD. It looks like a piece of junk, a clay jar about the size of a hand, with a copper cylinder and an iron rod inside. But when archaeologists discovered it near Baghdad in the 1930s, the object raised eyebrows and then suspicions. Was it a battery? The so-called Baghdad battery could, in theory, produce a mild electrical current if filled with an acidic liquid like vinegar or lemon juice. Tests have confirmed this. So the real question isn't whether it could work, it's why would ancient people need a battery? That's where the mystery explodes. Some theorists suggest it was used for electroplating coating metal objects in gold or silver, but no ancient examples of electroplating from that region or era have ever been verified. Others speculate it was used for religious or ritualistic purposes. Maybe a mild shock was considered divine. There's even a theory that it was part of an ancient medical device. Skeptics argue that the item wasn't a battery at all, just a storage vessel, or a random assembly of parts misinterpreted by modern minds desperate for a mystery. But then, there's the design. The components fit too well. The materials are specific, and it wasn't a one-off. Several similar artifacts have been found. The idea that this was accidental seems increasingly thin. If ancient Mesopotamians had basic electrical tech, what else did they know, and what did they do with it? It opens a dangerous door, the kind that invites pseudo-history, wild speculation, and fringe documentaries. But it also speaks to something deeper, our discomfort with the idea that the past may have known things we've forgotten. Because a battery in ancient Iraq isn't just strange, it's out of place. And speaking of places lost to myth and map, the next mystery reaches back into Eden itself, into a paradise we've never found, yet can't stop searching for. The true location of the Garden of Eden. Biblical. It was the first home, the prototype, a garden where everything was perfect until it wasn't. The Garden of Eden is one of humanity's most enduring symbols, a paradise lost, a story carved into scripture and seared into the collective unconscious. But what if it wasn't just metaphor? What if it was a place? Genesis gives some clues. It describes a garden in the east, with a river that splits into four: the Pishon, Gihon, Tigris, and Euphrates. Two of those rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, still flow through modern-day Iraq. This has led many to place Eden somewhere in Mesopotamia, the so-called cradle of civilization. But then things get weird. The other two rivers don't correspond to any known waterways. Some claim they are now dry or misidentified. Others think the geography is symbolic. A few scholars argue that the description matches an area now submerged in the Persian Gulf, suggesting that rising sea levels swallowed the original Eden. Then there are the more esoteric theories. Some believe Eden was in Armenia, where the Tigris and Euphrates originate. Others place it in Africa, based on ancient floodplain geography. Some go full cosmic, suggesting Eden was not of Earth at all, but a realm that existed before physical space, a spiritual place that collapsed into metaphor the moment the gate closed. What adds to the mystery is the universal pattern. Nearly every ancient culture has its own version of a paradise lost, an origin point, where humans and gods once walked together before being separated by sin, pride, or curiosity. Maybe Eden isn't a place, but a memory, a myth encoded in human DNA, a longing for wholeness we once felt and never found again. Still, the question endures, was Eden ever real? And while we trace rivers across desert maps, one missing word in a single sentence would rewrite holy law, plunging a kingdom into scandal and printers into infamy. The cause of the wicked Bible error. 1631. One word. That's all it took to plunge an entire Bible edition into scandal. Published in 1631 by royal printers Robert Barker and Martin Lucas, the so-called Wicked Bible looked like any other authorized King James Version until readers got to Exodus 20:14. There, nestled in the Ten Commandments, was a catastrophic typo: "Thou shalt commit adultery." Yes, commit. The word "not" had been left out, and with that single omission, the Bible flipped one of its most sacred moral laws into a divine endorsement of betrayal. The reaction was swift and severe. Only a few hundred copies had been printed before the error was noticed. Most were destroyed. The printers were fined £300 a fortune at the time and stripped of their license. King Charles I was furious. The Archbishop of Canterbury was scandalized, and the press? Absolutely delighted. But here's where the mystery kicks in. Was it really just a mistake? Barker and Lucas were experienced. This wasn't their first Bible. How does a single devastating omission make it past the proofreaders, typesetters, and editors of a royal publishing house? Some suggest sabotage, perhaps, by a disgruntled worker or rival. Others believe it may have been a deliberate act of defiance or black humor. There are other strange typos in the Wicked Bible enough to suggest either stunning incompetence or something more sinister, but no one ever confessed, and no investigation dug deeper than the fine and the shame. Only a few copies survive today, guarded in libraries and museums like radioactive artifacts. They serve as a reminder of the weight words carry and how one missing syllable can shake a kingdom. And while this printing mishap scandalized Christendom, another sacred object far older, far holier vanished entirely, taking with it a nation's covenant and the deepest mysteries of divine power. The fate of the Ark of the Covenant, biblical. It was said to hold the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments, carved by the finger of God himself, resting in a gold-covered chest built to divine specifications. The Ark of the Covenant was the holiest relic in Israelite history, and then it vanished. No smoke, no thieves, no record of destruction. Just gone. The last time it's clearly mentioned in the Bible is during the reign of King Josiah, around 600 BC. By the time the Babylonians sacked Jerusalem in 587 BC, there's no mention of the ark being taken or hidden. It simply disappears from Scripture, like a magician's finale. So what happened? Some believe the ark was hidden by priests before the Babylonian invasion, sealed in a secret chamber beneath the Temple Mount. But no credible evidence has ever been unearthed, largely because excavation under the mount is politically and religiously explosive. Others point to Ethiopia, where the Ethiopian Orthodox Church claims to possess the ark in a chapel in Axum. No one but a single guardian priest is allowed to see it. No proof has ever been offered. Just unwavering belief. Another theory suggests it was smuggled to Egypt, perhaps stored at Tanisys, the city from Raiders of the Lost Ark fame. That's fiction, but it echoes real legends of the Ark being moved to protect it. Then there are esoteric theories. The Ark was not just a container, but a source of energy, a weapon of divine power. Stories from the Old Testament describe people being struck dead for touching it, or entire armies routed by its presence. Was it technology? Was it symbolic? Was it both? What's certain is this: the Ark was central to the identity of a people, a culture, a theology. Its disappearance isn't just a loss, it's a rupture. And while the Ark's gold might lie beneath sand or stone, another legend in the fog-choked streets of Victorian London wore boots of flame and terrorized with leaping bounds and eyes that burned like coals. The identity of Spring-Heeled Jack, 1837, early 20th century. He could leap over walls. His eyes glowed red. He spat blue flames. his touch burned. And for nearly 70 years, Spring-Heeled Jack haunted England like a Gothic cartoon sprung to life. The first major sighting came in 1837, when a woman named Mary Stevens claimed she was attacked by a cloaked figure who leapt out at her from a dark alley, clawed her dress with iron-tipped fingers, and escaped by jumping over a high wall. Days later, another woman described a similar figure, this time with breath like fire and hands as cold as metal. More victims followed. Jack became a media sensation, described as part devil, part phantom, part acrobat. He was said to wear a tight-fitting oilskin suit, a helmet, and a cape. Witnesses claimed he could leap over 10-foot fences in a single bound. Sometimes he laughed maniacally, sometimes he vanished into thin air. Theories exploded. Was he a deranged nobleman? A group of pranksters with springs in their boots? An early steampunk experiment gone rogue? Was he a real persona, a mass hallucination whipped into existence by fear and headlines? No one was ever caught. Jack sightings continued sporadically into the early 20th century, spreading as far as Liverpool and the Midlands. Each report was different, yet eerily similar. The claws, the leaping, the flames, the grin. And then he vanished, like a penny dreadful turned page. Spring-Heeled Jack remains one of England's strangest urban legends. Too many witnesses to ignore, too inconsistent to explain. He was monster, myth, and meme. Before memes existed, a creature shaped as much by Victorian anxiety as by flesh or fire. And while Jack vanished into urban legend, across the Atlantic, a forest would soon earn a name of its own, a place where people stepped into the trees and never came back, leaving behind no monsters, only questions. The disappearances from the Bennington Triangle, 1945, 1950. It's not a triangle drawn on any official map, but the Bennington Triangle, deep in southwestern Vermont, has earned its name through silence. Between 1945 and 1950, a string of eerie disappearances took place near Glastonbury Mountain, a once bustling logging town that withered into ghost territory long before the vanishing began. 5 people disappeared in those 5 years. No connection, no pattern, no trace. First was Mitty Rivers, a 74-year-old hunting guide who knew the woods better than most. One moment, he was walking ahead of a group. The next, gone. They found his rifle cartridge in a stream. Nothing else. Then came Paula Weldon, an 18-year-old college student who went hiking alone in December 1946. Witnesses saw her start down the trail. That was it. No body, no clues. Her case became so notorious that it led to the founding of the Vermont State Police. Next, James Tedford, a veteran who boarded a bus headed for Bennington in 1949. He was seen on board by multiple passengers. When the bus arrived, his seat was empty, his luggage still on the rack. Then Paul Jepson, age 8, vanished near a pigsty where his mother had left him unattended for less than an hour. Bloodhounds picked up a scent that stopped dead at the edge of the trail. Finally, Frida Langer, an experienced hiker who slipped into a brook and told her cousin she'd returned to camp for dry clothes. She never arrived. Months later, her badly decomposed body was found in an area that had been thoroughly searched before. 5 cases, 5 vanishings, 1 body recovered. No arrests, no evidence, no resolution. Theories run wild: serial killer, alien abduction, strange geomagnetic fields. Some even blame a cursed land once sacred to indigenous tribes. The forest around Glastonbury remains thick and quiet, and though the disappearances stopped, the unease hasn't. And as the trees swallowed the footsteps of hikers, another mystery was being unearthed, this time crafted in quartz and legend, skulls that shouldn't exist. Faces too smooth, too symmetrical, and too inexplicable to be coincidence. The origins of the crystal skulls. Mesoamerican, many debunked, some genuinely old. They look like something out of science fiction. Crystal skulls, carved with surgical precision, supposedly from pre-Columbian Mesoamerican cultures. Dozens have surfaced over the years, some smooth as glass, others intricately detailed, but they all share one thing: they shouldn't exist. At least, not with the tools available to ancient civilizations. The most famous of these is the Mitchell Hedges skull, allegedly discovered in a ruined Mayan temple in Belize in the 1920s. It's carved from a single piece of clear quartz, with a removable jaw and flawless symmetry. No modern tool marks, no documentation, just an origin story, as smooth and polished as the artifact itself. But most crystal skulls, when tested, show evidence of modern rotary tools likely carved in the 19th or even 20th century. Museums have quietly reclassified many as fakes or curios. Still, a few resist classification. They don't show modern tooling, they can't be easily dated, and yet they exist. Who made them? Some theorists claim they are Atlantean artifacts, remnants of a lost global civilization. Others suggest alien involvement, pointing to supposed electromagnetic properties or psychic experiences reported by those who touch them. New Agers believe they store ancient wisdom. Skeptics believe they store Victorian ambition and colonial fantasy. The truth? Somewhere in the fog. Quartz is notoriously hard to carve, especially without fracturing. The skull's smooth surfaces and complex shapes would have required techniques unknown to the cultures they're attributed to. And yet, they carry the aesthetic signature of Mesoamerican design. Were they inspired by ancient relics? Or were they deliberate deceptions sold to collectors hungry for mystery? Like many objects of uncertain origin, the crystal skulls reveal more about us than about themselves. Our hunger for lost knowledge, for perfect artifacts from imperfect times. And as these skulls sat in museums and safes, whispered over by mystics and dismissed by scientists, a real treasure buried by pirates or royals, or maybe not buried at all, was said to lie beneath the sands of a vanished colony. The Disappearance of the Roanoke Island Treasure, 1580s. We've already heard about the vanished colony. But what if there was more than settlers left behind on Roanoke Island? What if there was treasure, Spanish gold, buried deep, abandoned not by choice, but by mystery? According to some stories, Sir Francis Drake, the English privateer and favorite of Queen Elizabeth I, buried treasure on Roanoke Island in the 1580s. The theory goes like this. During his raids against the Spanish in the Caribbean, Drake captured immense wealth and, fearing attack on his return voyage, sought a place to hide part of it. Roanoke remote, unclaimed, and unguarded was perfect. When the lost colony vanished in 1590, did they flee with the treasure? Was it buried for safekeeping? A chest of gold never meant to be found? Was the mystery of Roanoke not just about people, but about what they were guarding? Legends say the treasure remains on the island. Over the centuries, amateur explorers and professional treasure hunters have scoured the area with shovels, metal detectors, and dynamite. Some claim to have found coins, others found nothing but sand and hope. There's no official proof. No confirmed Drake manifest listing Roanoke as a hiding place. But the timing lines up, and Drake was known for his secrecy. If anyone would bury millions in Spanish doubloons and vanish the key, it was him. Could the colonists have been attacked for the treasure? Could the promise of gold have lured someone or something to wipe them out? It's not just a question of wealth. It's a question of history. If such a cache exists, it would rewrite the narrative of early English exploration, proving that Roanoke was more than a failed settlement, it was a bank vault in the wilderness. And whether that gold lies buried or is just a glint in legend's eye, it's clear. The ground at Roanoke still holds more secrets than we know. The truth behind the Pied Piper of Hamelin legend. 1284. A man with a flute, a town filled with rats, and then no children. The tale of the Pied Piper of Hamelin is one of Europe's most enduring and haunting folk stories. According to the legend, in 1284, the town of Hamelin in Lower Saxony, Germany, was plagued by rats. A mysterious man arrived, dressed in vibrant, multicolored clothing, pied, and promised to rid the town of its infestation in exchange for a fee. He played his pipe, lured the rats into the Weser River, and drowned them. But when the townspeople refused to pay, the piper returned. This time he played a different tune. On the 26th of June, 1284, while the adults were at church, the piper led 130 children out of Hamelin. They followed him through the streets, into the hills, and were never seen again. It sounds like a fairy tale, but it's etched into history. The earliest references to the event are not in storybooks but in church records. A stained glass window in Hamelin's church, now lost but documented in the 1300s, showed the figure of a piper surrounded by children. No rats, just loss. An inscription from 1384 read, "It is 100 years since our children left." So, what happened? Some historians believe it was a metaphor for the plague or mass death from famine or disease. Others suggest the children were sent away for colonization, possibly to Eastern Europe, part of the German Aussiedlung migration. A darker theory posits that they were abducted or sold into servitude. Still, others think the story may be tied to a real persona recruiter, a cult leader, or even a tragic accident, like a landslide or flood, that wiped out the children while the tale transformed over time. Why was the piper never named? Why no records of grief-stricken parents? Why does the story persist so vividly? Maybe because it plays on primal fears, loss, betrayal, and the unknown. And as flutes fell silent in Hamelin, another voice unseen, unverified, and possibly disfigured would take root beneath an opera house, haunting both its halls and our imaginations. The identity of the Phantom of the Opera, 1910 novel, based on unconfirmed legends. Before it was a musical, it was a legend. Gaston Leroux's 1910 novel, The Phantom of the Opera, wasn't pure fiction. It was inspired, in part, by strange rumors swirling around the Paris Opera House, whispers of a ghostly figure who lived beneath the stage, in the catacombs and tunnels that webbed beneath the city. Leroux, a journalist before he was a novelist, swore that the phantom was real. According to some accounts, a disfigured man lived secretly in the opera house during the 19th century. He was said to have been a master of architecture and acoustics, a genius, who helped build the structure and knew its secret passages better than anyone. After being rejected by society because of his appearance, he supposedly retreated into the underground, where he continued to roam, unseen but always present. Was he real? There are no official records, but Leroux claimed to have discovered evidence in the opera's archives: odd payments to unnamed employees, missing persons, and a skeleton unearthed during renovations. One real historical event adds fuel to the fire: the infamous 1896 chandelier collapse, which killed a counterweight operator during a performance. In the novel, the Phantom Ericus, a tortured soul, part musical savant, part terrorist, haunting the opera and manipulating events from the shadows. He's a metaphor for genius exiled by ugliness, love twisted by loneliness. But in the public imagination, he became something more: a mask-wearing ghost, a myth wrapped in music, a romantic tragedy wandering candlelit corridors. Was the phantom real? A recluse? An urban legend? Or simply a character born from France's love of the Gothic? What's certain is the Opera Garnier still fuels the whispers. Visitors swear they feel watched in the wings. Strange noises echo through empty boxes. And that lake beneath the building? It's real. And while Paris crafted tales of masked phantoms and tragic love, the Andes would guard their own secrets, this time built from stone, lifted by hands no one quite understands, and then abandoned to the sky. The true reason for the abandonment of Machu Picchu, c. 1450s. Perched high in the Andes Mountains, Machu Picchu is a city frozen in the clouds. Built around the mid-15th century by the Inca, it was never found by the Spanish conquistadors. It wasn't looted, destroyed, or rewritten into colonial memory. It simply vanished abandoned and untouched, hidden by altitude and overgrowth until its discovery by Hiram Bingham in 1911. But why was it abandoned? That's the mystery. Machu Picchu wasn't a fortress. It wasn't a city in the traditional sense. It's believed to have been a royal estate, a spiritual retreat, or perhaps an astronomical observatory. The craftsmanship is extraordinary, stones so precisely cut, they fit without mortar, aqueducts that still carry water, terraces engineered to resist earthquakes. Yet sometime around the fall of the Inca Empire in the 16th century, Machu Picchu was vacated. Some believe it was abandoned due to smallpox, which spread faster than the conquistadors themselves and decimated populations. Others suggest it was a strategic retreat and evacuation, ordered by Inca leaders to protect their sacred space from impending Spanish occupation. But there's no evidence the Spanish ever reached it. No conquistador chronicled it. No mention exists in colonial accounts. Was it left by choice? By necessity? Or was something else at play, an internal crisis, a spiritual omen, or even a planned closure of a ritual center? The city holds clues. A temple of the sun, aligned with solstices. The Intihuatana stone, believed to anchor the sun in the sky. Whatever Machu Picchu was, it was built with celestial precision and abandoned with silence. Its rediscovery didn't solve the mystery. It only deepened it. Why build a city so elaborate, so remote, so perfect and then walk away? Maybe because the Incas knew something we forgot. Some places are not meant to be conquered, only remembered. And while Machu Picchu sleeps on its mountaintop, across the sea, a different stone castle was built by one man with no machines, no help, and no explanation. The construction of the Coral Castle, 1923, 1951. It weighs more than 1,100 tons. It's built entirely from coral rock. It features perfectly balanced doors, towering monoliths, and astrological markers carved with exquisite precision. And it was built by one man alone. Coral Castle sits in Homestead, Florida, constructed over nearly 3 decades by Edward Leedskalnin, a reclusive Latvian immigrant who stood 5 feet tall and weighed barely 100 pounds. No one ever saw him work. No heavy machinery, no crew. Just Ed, working at night, behind high stone walls, quietly assembling what would become one of America's most bizarre monuments to lost love. He claimed he built it for his sweet 16, a woman who had jilted him the day before their wedding back in Latvia. Heartbroken, Ed moved to Florida and began cutting, carving, and moving blocks of coral weighing up to 30 tons. When people asked how he did it, he simply said, "I understand the laws of weight and leverage." That doesn't explain much. Some of the stones are so precisely cut and positioned that even modern engineers struggle to replicate the feat. The revolving stone gate, for example, weighed 9 tons and spun with the push of a finger balanced so precisely on a hidden axle that it amazed all who saw it. When it broke decades later, modern crews with advanced tools struggled to fix it. How did Ed do it? Some say he used simple tools, block and tackle systems, and sheer ingenuity. Others whisper of magnetism, anti-gravity, or lost knowledge from ancient Egypt. Ed himself wrote pamphlets on magnetism and cosmic energy, but they offer little in the way of practical instruction. He died in 1951, taking his secrets with him. Today, Coral Castle remains exactly as he left it, a silent riddle of limestone and heartbreak, frozen in tropical heat. And while Ed moved mountains for love, another man born into privilege and status would walk into the wilds of Canada and vanish like a wisp of smoke, leaving only titles, rumors, and the echo of aristocracy behind him. The disappearance of Sir Richard John Glynn, 1893. In 1893, Sir Richard John Glynn, aristocratic heir of a prominent British banking family, boarded a ship bound for Canada. He was charming, well-dressed, and ambitious, seeking adventure and opportunity in the New World. His final destination was British Columbia. He was never seen again. The details are frustratingly vague. Glynn was last seen disembarking at a remote port, reportedly headed inland. Some accounts suggest he intended to explore or survey land for investment. Others claim he was looking to escape the rigid expectations of upper-class English life. Either way, he vanished without a trace. Search efforts were minimal, whether due to the remoteness of the location, lack of proper coordination, or the quiet desire to avoid scandal. The British authorities didn't press hard. A few scattered rumors surfaced. He was killed by bandits, attacked by wildlife, or lost in the vast, untamed wilderness. But no body, no journal, no gear, nothing was recovered. Why does Glynn's disappearance matter? Because he wasn't just anyone. He was connected, wealthy, educated, and visible. And yet, the Canadian wilderness swallowed him whole. No note, no goodbye, no closure. Some have speculated that Glynn faked his death to escape the weight of aristocratic expectations. Others believe he may have suffered a mental break, chosen solitude, or fallen prey to some unknown frontier menace. Regardless of theory, his disappearance added a new chapter to the British obsession with colonial mystique, a tale of civilization dashed against the wilds of empire. And while Glynn's fate remained sealed in snow and pine, another mystery was stirring far south in the scorched interior of Australia, a colony of shadows, whispers, and convicts, where the idea of a lost settlement would become more legend than map. The mystery of the lost colony of Australia, 1830s, 1840s. Australia was born a penal colony, remote, harsh, and unforgiving. But in the 1830s and 1840s, rumors began to circulate about a different kind of settlement, a lost colony of escaped convicts living somewhere in the uncharted wilderness of the Australian interior. The story went like this. A group of prisoners, perhaps from early penal settlements like Port Arthur or Norfolk Island, escaped en masse and disappeared into the outback. Over the years, explorers and Aboriginal guides spoke of encountering pale-skinned people speaking strange Old English dialects. Sometimes they saw remnants of stone structures or evidence of European farming in places supposedly untouched by colonization. Could it be true? The Australian interior is vast, much of it was sand, still ice uncharted by Western standards. In the 19th century, even more so. With no roads, no water, and no resources, survival would have been almost impossible for untrained fugitives. And yet, the rumors persisted. Were they real colonies? Isolated pockets of humanity clinging to survival in a hostile land? Or were they just mirages, legends born from fear, miscommunication, or the colonial imagination? British authorities never confirmed the existence of such groups, but they didn't entirely deny them either. Expeditions were occasionally mounted to investigate sightings, but they turned up little more than heat and dust. Still, the idea of the lost whites became part of Australian folklore like El Dorado, with an English accent and a criminal record. And perhaps it speaks to something deeper. The fear that what empire cast into the wild might one day return not as conquerors, but as ghosts, speaking the old tongue of a broken system. And as the deserts of Australia whispered of vanished convicts, a far more modern phantom began creeping through small-town America, leaving no footprints, only gas, paralysis, and confusion. The cause of the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. Incidents 1944. In the sweltering summer of 1944, in the quiet town of Mattoon, Illinois, someone crept through open windows at night and left chaos in its wake. It started with a strange smell, then nausea, paralysis, panic. The first victims described a sweet, sickly odor that filled their bedrooms before they were overcome with dizziness, weakness, or temporary inability to move. More victims followed. Some reported seeing a figure fleeing the scene, a tall man dressed in dark clothes and a tight-fitting cap. The newspapers dubbed the mysterious assailant the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. In less than 2 weeks, over 24 cases were reported. Authorities investigated, but they found no physical evidence. No broken windows, no footprints, no chemicals. Some officials suggested mass hysteria, triggered by wartime anxiety and amplified by local media coverage. Others theorized it could be a prankster, a rogue chemist, or a disgruntled factory worker testing experimental compounds. But none of those explanations satisfied everyone. Why did the victim's symptoms seem so real, tangible, physical? Could fear alone cause numbness, vomiting, or fainting? And why did the incidents stop as suddenly as they began? One popular theory involved nitromethane, a sweet-smelling chemical used in wartime manufacturing. If leaked or misused, it could cause the symptoms reported, but no definitive source was ever found. The Mad Gasser case became a cautionary tale in American folklore, perfect storm of psychological tension, local fear, and maybe something more. Was it all in their heads? Or was someone somewhere testing the limits of fear itself? And as gas crept through the shadows in Mattoon, another story was brewing far across the Atlantic, where an explorer found himself betrayed by the men he led, left to drift in icy waters, his name frozen in maritime legend. The fate of Henry Hudson, 1611. Henry Hudson was a man obsessed with maps, with rivers, with routes no one had yet dared to find. In 1609, he sailed for the Dutch East India Company and discovered the river that would later bear his name. But it was his final voyage, in 1610, that carved his name into legend and into mystery. Hudson, now sailing for the English, was tasked with finding the fabled Northwest Passage, a route over the top of North America to reach Asia. He ventured deep into the Canadian Arctic and discovered what we now call Hudson Bay. He believed he was on the right path. Winter trapped his ship, the Discovery, in the ice. Supplies dwindled, tensions flared. By spring, the crew had had enough. On the 22nd of June, 1611, the mutineers made their move. They forced Hudson, his teenage son, and 7 loyal crewmen into a small open boat. They gave them some supplies, a bit of clothing, and a vague push into the unknown. Then they sailed away. Hudson and his group were never seen again. Was it starvation, exposure, drowning, attack by wildlife or hostile tribes? No one knows. What we do know is that later expeditions found no Tracino camp, no bones, no boat. Hudson had entered the white silence of the Arctic and never returned. The mutineers themselves had their own reckoning. Some died on the journey home, others faced trial. But the real punishment was psychological. The ghost of Hudson followed them, whispering through cold winds and unfinished maps. Today, his name still marks rivers, bays, and straits. But the man behind them vanished into one of the last frontiers, a reminder that the pursuit of discovery can sometimes lead straight into oblivion. And while Hudson's boat drifted into the ice, far south in the ancient woodlands of Ohio, another riddle curls across the earthone, shaped like a serpent, scaled in grass and mystery. coiled tightly around questions of time and purpose. The purpose of the Great Serpent Mound, c. 1070 AD. From the air, it's unmistakable, massive snake etched into the landscape, over 1,300 feet long, winding gracefully across a ridge in southern Ohio. Its body coils 7 times, ending in a spiral tail. Its head faces the summer solstice sunset, and it holds something in its mouth, perhaps an egg, perhaps the sun. This is the Great Serpent Mound. No one knows exactly who built it. No one knows precisely why. Radiocarbon dating places its construction around 1070 AD, likely by the Fort Ancient culture, though some researchers believe it could be even older, built by the Adena or Hopewell peoples. But what's clear is that the mound wasn't just decorative. It was astronomical, intentional, sacred. Some researchers suggest the serpent symbolizes rebirth, a common theme in indigenous mythology. Others believe it was a calendar, aligned with celestial event solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles. Its design may track eclipses, or mark the death and return of the sun. But why a serpent? Across cultures, the snake appears as a guardian, a trickster, a healer, a destroyer. In Native American lore, it is powerful, sacred, often tied to the underworld or water. That the serpent mound was built on a high ridge overlooking nothing, guarding no city, suggests it was a place of pilgrimage, of vision quests, of communion. What makes it even stranger is its placement atop a cryptic geological anomaly, ancient impact crater or fault line. Did the builders know? Could they feel the land's power? Or was it coincidence? The serpent mound raises a simple question with cosmic weight. How much did ancient people know that we have forgotten? And while this earthen serpent still winds across the centuries, another name was quietly fading into history, an American writer who courted death in his stories and finally disappeared into it for real. The Disappearance of Ambrose Bierce, 1913, 1914. He spent his life writing about ghosts, madness, and warand. Then he vanished into one of his own stories. Ambrose Bierce, the sardonic journalist and author of The Devil's Dictionary and An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, was no stranger to death. He had seen it firsthand during the American Civil War, where he served as a Union officer. His stories crackle with fatalism, irony, and a sort of elegant nihilism. But his own ending? That was stranger than fiction. In 1913, at the age of 71, Bierce decided to travel to Mexico. He claimed he wanted to witness Pancho Villa's revolution firsthand. In letters to friends, he sounded both morbid and resolute. To be a gringo in Mexico, that is euthanasia, he wrote. He was last heard from in late December 1913, writing from Chihuahua. After that, nothing. No body, no eyewitness accounts, no formal investigation, just silence. Theories spun wildly. Some said he joined Villa's army and was killed in battle. Others believed he was executed by rebels or the Federales. A few claimed he faked his death to escape fame, family, or the weight of being Ambrose Bierce. One rumor even suggested he walked into the desert with a revolver and a final story in his pocket. But no conclusive evidence ever surfaced. His disappearance became the perfect Bierce ending. Ironic, unresolved, shaded in black. It transformed him from a mere writer into a ghost haunting his own bibliography. And while Bierce dissolved into revolution and rumor, another figure-green, leafy, and carved into churches grinned from the margins of medieval stone, watching centuries pass from the corners of forgotten cathedrals. The identity of the Green Man. Medieval folklore. He's everywhere and nowhere. His face peers out from the eaves of churches, the arches of cloisters, the capitals of columns. Vines sprout from his mouth, leaves curl from his nostrils. Sometimes thorns crown his brow like a leafy Christ. He's the Green Man, You've probably seen him, even if you didn't know his name. He's a figure from medieval architecture, part man, part foliage, a symbol that predates Christianity and outlives it in stone. But what does he mean? No one knows for sure. Some believe he represents nature's rebirth, the eternal cycle of growth, death, and regeneration. A pagan symbol that slipped through the cracks of Christian Europe, finding sanctuary in cathedrals under the guise of decorative whimsy. Others link him to pre-Christian deities, Celtic forest gods, fertility spirits, or even the Norse Yggdrasil. Some scholars argue he's a remnant of the old world, an echo of the horned god, the wild man, the untamed self that Christianity sought to tame but never fully erased. But if that's true, why was he embraced so widely? From Britain to France to Germany, the Green Man became a fixture of sacred spaces. He's carved with care, sometimes with joy, sometimes grotesque. He's both sacred and subversive, a nature's spirit, hiding in God's house. No texts explain him, no sermons mention him. He just eyes a mystery rooted in mortar. In modern times, he's been revived as a symbol of environmentalism, spiritual connection, and even masculine balance. But the truth remains buried under centuries of lichen and lime. Was he a god? A joke? A metaphor? Or was he something even more dangerous, a symbol too powerful to name, too primal to forget? And as the Green Man grinned from his leafy perch, another explorer set sail across the globe, never to return, swallowed not by leaves, but by salt and storm. The fate of Jean-François de Galaup, Comte de la Pérouse, 1788. He was France's answer to Captain Cook, a seasoned naval officer, a scientific explorer, a man tasked with mapping the unknown. In 1785, Jean-François de Galaup, Comte de la Pérouse, set out on an ambitious global expedition aboard two ships, La Boussole and L'Astrolabe. His orders were clear: chart the Pacific, gather data, and return as a hero of the Enlightenment. For 3 years, he sent reports and maps back to France, detailing his route through South America, Alaska, Siberia, Japan, and beyond. His letters revealed a man methodical, curious, and deeply committed to the mission. Then, in 1788, he stopped writing. The last confirmed sighting of La Pérouse was in Botany Bay, Australia. Just as the British First Fleet arrived to establish a penal colony, he set sail and vanished. France waited, and waited. Even King Louis XVI, on his way to the guillotine in 1793, reportedly asked, "Has anything been heard of La Pérouse?" It wasn't until 1826, nearly 40 years later, that evidence emerged. Captain Peter Dillon, an Irishman sailing in the Pacific, discovered European artifacts on the island of Vanikoro in the Solomon Islands. Later expeditions confirmed the remains of La Pérouse's ships wrecked on coral reefs. Some survivors, local legend said, were killed by islanders. Others may have built a makeshift boat and tried to escape. But that was it. No logs, no journals, no confirmation of how it ended. Just wreckage, rumors, and an open ocean. Today, the name La Pérouse lives on in maps, schools, and monuments, but the man himself remains a question mark, carved into coral. And as La Pérouse disappeared into the surf, deep in Egypt, tombs held something far more terrifying than what was written on papyrus mouths, wide open in eternal agony, preserved in silence. The mystery of the screaming mummies, various periods, for example, Egyptian. Most mummies lie in their sarcophagi with a stoic dignity, hands crossed, mouths closed, eternally composed in the repose of death. But then there are the others, the ones who scream. These screaming mummies, found in tombs across ancient Egypt and other civilizations, appear frozen mid-agony. Their jaws hang wide, faces twisted in eternal horror. To gaze upon them is to feel a chill deep in the bones, as if whatever claimed them wasn't just death, but something worse. Why were they screaming? The most famous of these is Unknown Man E, unearthed in Deir el-Bahari. Unlike the finely wrapped pharaohs and queens, this mummy was hastily covered in sheepskin, a substance considered impure in ancient Egyptian burial rites. His limbs are bound, his mouth is gaping, his face looks tormented. Initial theories ran wild. Was he buried alive, poisoned, cursed? Some Egyptologists suspected he was Prince Pentawar, son of Ramses III, who was forced to commit suicide after being implicated in a plot to murder his father. The punishment? No proper burial. No passage to the afterlife. Just disgrace, and maybe pain. Other screaming mummies show signs of poor embalming or exposure. In some cases, the open mouth may be the result of natural decomposition, the jaw muscles relaxing or contracting post-mortem. But the theatrical horror on their faces? That doesn't easily fade into science. Is it coincidence, misinterpretation, or evidence of ancient crimes? Some suggest these were victims of execution or sacrifice. Others believe they were afflicted by disease or cursed to remain spiritually unrested. There's even the theory that their expressions were deliberately left that way by their embalmersas, a warning, a punishment, or a forgotten ritual we no longer understand. The truth is, we don't know. We only know that these faces, contorted in final screams, have lasted longer than any empire. And while they remain locked in tombs of horror, another man would walk into a different wilderness far from pyramids, across the desert plains of Australia, and vanish without a trace. The disappearance of Ludwig Leichhardt, 1848. Ludwig Leichhardt was a German explorer with a dream: to cross Australia from east to west. Uncharted land, unforgiving terrain, no backup plan. In 1848, he set off with 6 men, 77 animals, and over 5,000 pounds of equipment into the vast unknown. He was never seen again. Leichhardt had already made a name for himself in Australian exploration. His earlier journey from Moreton Bay to Port Essington was brutal but successful, cementing his status as a man willing to suffer for science. But his final expedition was different, far more ambitious, far more dangerous. He wrote one letter home, dated the 3rd of April, 1848. Then, silence. Search parties combed the outback for years. They found nothing. No bones, no gear, no wagons. Nothing except some Aboriginal accounts of a group of white men perishing in the interior, and a few charred objects later identified perhaps dubiously as remnants of Leichhardt's camp. So what happened? The theories span the spectrum: ambush by hostile tribes, starvation, disease, or death by natural disaster. Some think the expedition ran out of water. Others believe they became hopelessly lost and were swallowed by the land. One tantalizing clue surfaced in the early 20th century: a brass plate bearing Leichhardt's name, supposedly found nailed to a tree in Western Australia early 2,000 miles from his last known location. Was it a hoax? A clue? A ghostly breadcrumb? Despite extensive efforts in modern technology, no definitive evidence of Leichhardt or his companions has ever been found. To this day, he remains one of the great what-ifs in the annals of exploration, his name etched not into history books, but into the dust and silence of the outback. And while Leichhardt vanished into the wilderness, another group of seekers shrouded in robes and symbols sought secrets older than gold, older than science, hoping to transform the world with lead, flame, and metaphor. The true stories behind medieval alchemy: turn lead into gold, brew elixirs of immortality, decode the secrets of the universe through stars, symbols, and fire. Alchemy, as it was practiced in medieval Europe and the Islamic world, was part science, part mysticism, part philosophy. The alchemists weren't just proto-chemists, they were spiritual adventurers, driven by a belief that matter and spirit were linked, that purifying metal was a reflection of purifying the soul. And yet, despite centuries of cryptic writings, cloaked rituals, and explosive failures, No alchemist ever succeeded in making gold from base metals. Or did they? That's the mystery. Names like Hermes Trismegistus, Nicholas Flamel, and Paracelsus loom large. They weren't all charlatans. Many were serious scholars, laying the groundwork for modern chemistry. Distillation, metallurgy, and laboratory technique all owe debts to these robed pioneers. But it wasn't just about bubbling beakers. Alchemy was a code. Practitioners used elaborate allegories and symbols, dragons, suns, kings, serpents, not just to obscure their work from the uninitiated, but because they believed the transformation of substances mirrored the transformation of the soul. Was the philosopher's stone a real substance or a metaphor for enlightenment? Some records hint at real discoveries. Transmutation was reported. But often the accounts are muddied, second-hand, or too metaphorical to verify. In many cases, the secrecy was deliberate, both to protect knowledge and to avoid accusations of heresy or fraud. Still, something strange lingers. Did they know something we've forgotten? Were they chasing impossibilities, or did a few succeed in silence? Alchemy never produced gold, but it did produce obsession, and in that obsession, something alchemic happened. Superstition became science. Desire became discovery. And while alchemists tried to decipher the universe, one enigmatic clay disgressed with unknown symbols remains untouched, undecoded, and entirely unique in the record of the ancient world. The cause of the Phaistos disk, c. 1850, 1600 BC. A clay disk, 6 inches wide, covered in 241 symbols arranged in a spiral from edge to center. Each symbol was stamped with a unique seal representing humans, animals, tools, plants, and both sides. Neatly arranged, perfectly deliberate, and completely indecipherable. The Phaistos disk, discovered in 1908 in the ruins of the Minoan Palace at Phaistos on Crete, is often called the world's first printed document. Unlike other inscriptions from the Bronze Age, it wasn't carved or painted. It was Pressedich symbol made with a reusable stamp long before the printing press was even a glimmer in Gutenberg's mind. But what does it say? No one knows. The disk predates the Greek alphabet. It doesn't match Linear A or Linear Minoan and Mycenaean writing systems. The symbols are unlike any other known script. And with only one artifact to study, scholars are working with a sample size of exactly 1. Theories abound. Some say it's a prayer. Others think it's a calendar, a list of names, or a hymn to a forgotten goddess. More fringe thinkers argue it's a code, an alien message, or even an elaborate forgery created to tease archaeologists forever. Attempts to decode it often reveal more about the decoder than the disk itself. Every few years, a new researcher claims to have cracked the code, only to be swiftly debunked or dismissed. The biggest challenge? We have no Rosetta Stone, no bilingual inscription, no known language to compare it to. It sits in a glass case in a museum in Heraklion, silent and stubborn. It has no context, no duplicates. It's a message in a bottle from a world we barely understand. Was it meant to be read? Or is it symbolic, ritualistic? A one-time masterpiece by a forgotten artisan? We might never know. And while one unknown script curls inward like a spiral into mystery, a far darker figure rises from the plague pits of Renaissance Italy, his mouth filled with brick, his legend soaked in blood, the true identity of the Vampire of Venice, 15th, 16th century. She was buried in a plague pit on the Venetian island of Lazaretto Nuovo, a grim dumping ground during one of history's deadliest pandemics. But centuries later, when archaeologists unearthed her body, they discovered something chilling. Her skull had a brick jammed between her jaws. Not gently placed, forced. This wasn't an accident. It was a ritual, a defense. They believed she was a vampire. In medieval Europe, the fear of the undead was very real, especially during plague years. Corpses buried in haste, reeking of disease, often bloated and blackened, gave the impression of continuing life. Sometimes fluids leaked from their mouths, making it seem as if they had fed on the living. The solution? Mutilation. People would sever tendons, stake hearts, or, like in this case, force objects into the mouths of suspected vampires. The belief was that this would prevent them from rising to feast on the souls of the unburied. But who was she? We don't know her name. The skeleton belonged to a woman, possibly in her 60s. That's remarkable in itself. Living to that age during a plague-ridden era was rare. She had no obvious signs of disease or violence. She was just selected. Why her? Was she already feared in life? A healer, perhaps, or a widow, or someone seen muttering to herself? Or did her corpse simply appear too lifelike, too preserved, when exhumed? The brick marks her, not just as dead, but dangerous. And yet, centuries later, she lies, still. The weapon lodged in her mouth may have calmed her legend, but it never buried it. Because The Vampire of Venice isn't just a story about one woman, it's about what happens when fear meets ritual, when disease meets desperation, when myth is all that stands between you and the dark. And as her bones crumbled back into dust, another glittering relic of power wrapped in scandal, woven into revolution, vanished into history, leaving behind nothing but betrayal and diamonds. The fate of Marie Antoinette's diamond necklace, 1780s. It weighed nearly 2,800 carats. Commissioned by Louis XV for his mistress Madame du Barry, the necklace was a grotesque display of royal excess, opulent, too expensive, even for France's lavish court. When the king died, the necklace sat in limbo, unwanted and unpaid for. Then came Marie Antoinette. The jewelers offered it to her. She refused. That should have been the end of the story. But in a pre-revolutionary France brimming with gossip and rage, it became the beginning of a national scandal and one of the greatest unsolved jewelry heists in history. The affair of the diamond necklace involved a forged letter, a disgraced cardinal, a con artist posing as a countess, and an imposter prostitute pretending to be the queen. Through a tangled web of lies, Cardinal de Rohan was convinced that Marie Antoinette wanted the necklace in secret. He arranged the purchase. The con artists vanished. The necklace was broken up. Sold. Gone. The queen had nothing to do with it. But the damage was done. The public, already primed to hate the Austrian-born queen for her spending and perceived indifference, saw the scandal as proof of her decadence. Let them eat cake, whether she said it or not, became a rallying cry. The necklace became a symbolone that gleamed with revolution. But where did the diamonds go? Some believe the fragments were sold across Europe. Others say they remain hidden in private collections, disguised, recut, and untraceable. A few conspiracy theorists whisper of secret vaults, royal cover-ups, or coded clues left in court records. Whatever the truth, the necklace itself, the physical proof, was never recovered in full. Just scandal, smoke, and a few gleaming shards of chaos. And as diamonds disappeared into the shadows, another stranger emerged from the fog of 19th century Germania boy, with no past, no identity, and a story that unraveled the line between victim and hoax. The identity of Kaspar Hauser, 1828. He appeared like a ghost from the void alone, confused and barely able to speak. On May 26, 1828, a teenage boy stumbled into the streets of Nuremberg, Germany, holding a letter addressed to the local cavalry captain. His name, it said, was Kaspar Hauser. He wore peasant clothes, walked with a strange gait, and repeated only a few phrases. He didn't know where he was. He barely understood basic words. He claimed he'd been raised in total isolation, confined to a dark cell, fed only bread and water by an unseen hand. His only human contact, he said, came from a mysterious man who never revealed his face. To the public, he was a living riddle. Was he a feral child? A political pawn? A royal heir stolen at birth and hidden away? Theories multiplied fast. Some said he was the missing Prince of Baden secretly spirited away and replaced by a dying infant to shift succession. Others believed he was a con artist, manipulating his way into the sympathy of nobles and philosophers. He certainly had patrons. People fascinated by his tragic innocence and his uncanny ability to learn. But his life didn't stay innocent. He was attacked multiple times, stabbed and beaten by unknown assailants. Were they attempts to silence him, or did he do it to himself, hoping to keep the mystery alive? In 1833, he stumbled home with a stab wound to the chest. He said a stranger lured him to a park and murdered him. He died 3 days later. The case never closed. Later, forensic studies of his blood, handwriting, and even DNA have yielded inconclusive results. Too little evidence, too much speculation, no definitive truth. Was he a lost prince? A traumatized boy? A master manipulator? Or was he something simpler, an echo of Europe's obsession with lost innocence and hidden identity? As Caspar's blood stained the snow, another mystery was rising from the sands of Massachusetts, a woman without a name, her face erased, her life erased, and her story stretching through decades of silent speculation. The disappearance of the Lady of the Dunes, 1974. Her body was found on the 26th of July, 1974, in the dunes of Provincetown, Massachusetts. Face down, no hands, nearly decapitated. She was nude, her head resting on a folded pair of jeans and a blue bandana. There were signs she had been dead for weeks, maybe longer, but no animals had touched the corpse. That was strange. Her dental work was expensive and European. That was even stranger. She became known only as the Lady of the Dunes. Who was she? For nearly 50 years, no one could say. Artists reconstructed her face. Her skull was exhumed multiple times. Her DNA was compared against databases. Theories ran wild. A mob hit, a domestic dispute, a drifter passing through. Stephen King even referenced her in his work, and a bizarre theory emerged decades later that she appeared, unnamed and unnoticed, as an extra in Jaws, filmed in the same area around the same time. Could Spielberg's camera have accidentally captured the last known image of a murder victim? In 2022, modern DNA technology finally gave her a name, Ruth Marie Terry. But even with her identity restored, the mystery deepens. She was a mother, a wife. She had a life then. She vanished into a new one that ended in the sand, erased by someone who didn't want her remembered. Was it her husband, who vanished after her death and used aliases for decades? Was she running from something or someone? The answers trickle in, but the motive, the why, remains sealed beneath time. And as the Lady of the Dunes found her name at last, another ancient enigma rises from the highlands of Mali, a tribe with knowledge of the stars so precise, so impossible, that it defies centuries of astronomy. The origin of the Dogon, knowledge of Sirius B, pre-20th century but studied later. The Dogon people of Mali have lived in West Africa for centuries, isolated, spiritual, astronomically precise. And among their many traditions, one stands out like a cosmic riddle written in clay. They knew about Sirius B. Sirius B is a white dwarf star, a companion to Sirius, eighth brightest star in our night sky. But here's the thing. Sirius B is invisible to the naked eye. It wasn't confirmed by Western astronomers until 1862 and wasn't photographed until 1970. And yet the Dogon knew it existed. More than that, they described its orbit, its density, even its rotation, all passed down through oral tradition long before telescopes reached far enough to confirm their story. So how did they know? Theories vary. Some say their knowledge came from ancient Egyptian contact or traveling scholars. Others speculate about extraterrestrial influencia favored among fringe theorists who claim the Dogon were visited by spacefaring beings they called the Nomo. Skeptics argue that French anthropologists might have contaminated the date intentionally or not during their mid-20th century research. Perhaps the Dogon were told about Sirius B by European scientists, and the story folded backward into their myth. But there's a problem with that theory. The Dogon's knowledge goes beyond Sirius B. They had accurate insights into planetary orbits, the moons of Jupiter, and the structure of the Milky Way, all encoded in their rituals and symbols long before experts ever came knocking. So who's lying? Who's right? Either the Dogon pulled off one of the greatest astronomical coups in history, or we still don't understand how ancient civilizations understood the stars. Their stories don't fit in textbooks, but they echo through the cosmos. And while Sirius burns bright in the Dogon's sky, a darker stone waits in the swamps of medieval Europea, gem born from toads, cursed by folklore, and believed to ward off death itself. The cause of the toadstone phenomenon, medieval Europe. In the damp folklore of medieval Europe, there was a belief so odd, so specific, it sounds like a nursery rhyme written by a biologist on mushrooms, that toadsies, the humble, warty amphibian shad gemstones in their heads, not just any gemstones, magical ones, stones that could cure poison, detect illness, and maybe even keep witches at bay. These were the toadstones. Supposedly, if you caught a toad and placed it on a red cloth under the light of the full moon, a tiny jewel would pop out of its skull. That jewel, if worn in a ring or pendant, could protect its bearer from venom, especially snake bites, and act as a general talisman against evil. But where did this idea come from? Some historians believe it originated from fossilized fish teeth, specifically from lepidotes, an extinct genus whose enamel-capped teeth looked vaguely like gemstones. These teeth would wash up in rivers or get unearthed in fields and be mistaken for magical stones. Not knowing their true nature, people invented stories to fill the gap. Others tie the toadstone legend to the long-standing European fascination with animal-based alchemy and sympathetic magic. In a world where illness, death, and curses had no clear explanation, the idea of extracting a protective force from a creature associated with poison made sense. Of course, the real mystery isn't the stone, it's how deeply this belief rooted itself. Royalty had toadstone rings. Physicians swore by them. There were even medieval guides on how to test a toadstone's authenticity. Place it near poison, and if it sweated or changed color, it was real. But no one ever actually extracted one from a toad's skull. So was it mass delusion? A metaphor taken too literally? A fossil mistaken for magic? Whatever the answer, the toadstone became a relic of belief, a symbol of how humanity clutches at control in a world full of venom. And while Europe mined myths from its swamps and skulls, America's coast would swallow a very different kind of mystery: the daughter of a trader, the ghost of a ship, and the beginning of an enduring sea legend. The fate of Theodosia Burr Alston, 1813. Theodosia was born into American legend, daughter of Aaron Burr, vice president, political firebrand, and eventual exile. She was intelligent, cultured, fluent in multiple languages. Her father once wrote that she was his only true equal. In 1813, she boarded a schooner called the Patriot, bound for New York from South Carolina. She never arrived. What happened in between is one of the greatest maritime riddles of the early republic. The Patriot vanished somewhere off the coast during a winter storm. That's the official story. But storms leave wreckage. They leave driftwood, bodies, fragments. The Patriot left nothing, just silence. Rumors sprang up like barnacles. One tale said she was captured by pirates and made to walk the plank. Another claimed she was taken to a remote island and lived out her days in anonymity. Some insisted she was murdered by wreckers, coastal criminals who lured ships to destruction and robbed the dead. Still others believed she faked her death to escape the shadow of her father's disgrace. Theodosia's fate became a national obsession. Paintings were misattributed. A portrait of a mysterious woman, found decades later, was believed to be her. Trinkets and letters surfaced claiming to be hers. None confirmed. For her father, exiled and disgraced after his duel with Hamilton and failed treason plot, her disappearance was the final blow. He never recovered. In the absence of evidence, Theodosia became a ghost not just of a person, but of a fractured American legacy. A daughter of revolution, swallowed by a sea that never gave her back. And as one young woman vanished beneath the waves, the marshes and moors of folklore flickered with even older lights, mischievous, shifting, impossible to follow. The kind of lights that lead you off the path and into stories that never end. The true nature of Willow, the Wisp, folklore. It begins as a light, flickering just out of reach, blue, white, sometimes green. It hovers over swamps, bogs, and moors. If you follow it, it moves, always just a few steps ahead, always guiding you deeper into nowhere. They call it the Willow, the Wisp. In folklore from Britain to Scandinavia, this ghostly light is a trickster, a spirit, a phantom. Known by many nam signis fatuus, friar's lantern, Jacko. Lanternet said to lead travelers off safe paths and into danger, sometimes into water, sometimes into madness, always into mystery. But what is it? Science offers an answer. Natural gases, like methane or phosphine, emitted by decaying plant matter in marshes. These gases can spontaneously ignite under the right conditions, creating cold flames that seem to float in midair. But the science doesn't explain the stories. Why do so many cultures share this same phenomenon? Why do the lights move? Why do people insist they saw a face in the flame, heard whispers, or felt compelled to follow? Why do some return with tales of time-lost minutes stretched into hours, hours vanished into seconds? Some legends say the Willow, the Wisp, is a lost soul, cursed to wander for a lifetime of lies. Others say it's a fey creature, luring the greedy or the curious to their doom. In some tales, it's even a test of moral choice, disguised as a glowing distraction. Modern sightings still happen. People report floating lights in forests, deserts, even cities. Not headlights, not drones, something older, something else. Maybe it's just nature playing tricks, or maybe, like many ancient warnings, it's a story wrapped around a truth we no longer understand. Either way, the Will-o'-the-Wisp keeps floating just ahead, just out of reach. And while it dances above the wetlands, another mystery coils in the shadows of Australia. A faceless predator with a chilling routine, a cruel mind, and a name whispered through locked windows. The identity of Mr. Cruel, 1987, 1990. He wore a balaclava. He moved like a ghost. He planned like a surgeon. For 3 years in suburban Melbourne, Australia, a faceless predator known only as Mr. Cruel stalked the quiet edges of domestic life and vanished just as quickly. His modus operandi was chillingly precise. He'd break into homes at night, armed with a gun, often disabling phone lines before entering. He bound parents, isolated his target, always a young girl, and vanished into the dark. In some cases, he abducted the girls, holding them for hours or even days before releasing them traumatized but alive. And then he disappeared. One girl, 13-year-old Carmine Sean, never returned. Her body was found a year later. She had been shot in the head. Police immediately connected her case to Mr. Cruel. But despite the largest manhunt in Victorian police history, he was never caught. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, no voices caught on tape. He bathed his victims, erased evidence, and left behind almost nothing. What he did leave was psychological trauma, fear, a feeling of omnipresent danger. The name Mr. Cruel wasn't media hyperbole. It was cold accuracy. Some believe he was a teacher or technician, someone educated, methodical, living a double life. Others suspect he's still alive, hiding in plain sight, a respectable man with a monster locked in his past. New forensic methods have led to occasional reopenings of the case. But the core mystery remains untouched. Who was he? The answer might still be out there, quiet, respectable, and terrifyingly close. And while Mr. Cruel turned suburbia into a hunting ground, another royal mystery equal parts political and tragic was playing out behind the bloodied curtains of the French Revolution, centering on a boy who vanished from prison and possibly from history. The disappearance of the lost Dauphin of France, Louis XVII, 1795. He was born a prince, died a prisoner, so the official story goes. Louis Charles, the second son of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, became heir to the throne after his older brother died. But his life unraveled when the revolution erupted. His father was executed, then his mother, and at just 8 years old, Louis Charles became the symbolic heart of the monarchy and its most valuable prisoner. Locked in the Temple prison, he lived in squalor. Revolutionary guards reportedly beat him, isolated him, tried to indoctrinate him. He grew sick. He grew silent. And then, in 1795, he was declared dead of tuberculosis at the age of 10. But the body raised eyebrows. It was thin, yes, but too tall. The features didn't quite match. There was no conclusive proof it was Louis XVII. Immediately, rumors took root. He had escaped. He had been smuggled out by royalist sympathizers. He was alive in Germany. He was hiding in the countryside. Over 100 impostors would come forward in the following decades, claiming to be the lost Dauphin, each with a story. Some were delusional, some were cunning. One, Karl Wilhelm Naundorf, convinced enough people to gain partial recognition from a Dutch court. He lived out his life in Europe under royal claim. Only in the 21st century did DNA testing provide some closure. Heart tissue allegedly removed from the boy in the Temple prison was matched with Marie Antoinette's lineage. The science said, yes, he died there. But not everyone accepts that answer. The body was buried hastily. The revolution had every reason to fabricate a death to end the monarchy's ghost. And the heart? Chain of custody is murky at best. Louis XVII remains a mystery and death a symbol of innocence lost, a monarchy decapitated, and a lie that may have outlived the truth. And while one boy's fate lingered in whispers and fake crowns, another ancient enigma still rises from Deliiron, uncorroded, unyielding, and still standing defiantly against time and rust. The purpose of the Iron Pillar of Delhi, c. 400 AD. It stands quietly near the Qutub Minar complex in Delhi, a slender, 23-foot-high iron column that's remained almost entirely rust-free for over 1,600 years. That's the mystery. Built during the reign of Chandragupta II, the Iron Pillar is a metallurgical marvel. Ancient India didn't have stainless steel, it didn't have corrosion-resistant coatings, and yet, the pillar has survived monsoons, heat waves, pollution, and time with barely a blemish. How? The answer might lie in the high phosphorus content of the iron, which forms a passive protective film, or in the absence of sulfur and magnesium. Or maybe it's the method of construction wrought iron, forge welded in a technique lost to modern metallurgists. But it's not just a chemical curiosity. The pillar is also inscribed with dedications believed to honor Vishnu and the king's valor. It may have been a victory monument, or part of a now-vanished temple complex. Some think it was relocated from central India, hauled hundreds of miles without cranes, GPS, or diesel engines. Then, there are the fringe theories. Alien metallurgy, Atlantean tech, secret knowledge passed down from a lost civilization. It's a recurring theme in human history. When something survives too long, too perfectly, we can't help but see a conspiracy. But the truth is possibly even more impressive. The iron pillar might just be the result of extraordinary ancient craftsmanship, proof that the ancients understood their materials in ways we've forgotten. That modern doesn't always mean better. That durability is its own kind of immortality. And while the pillar watches centuries pass like a silent sentinel, a haunted farmhouse in Tennessee whispers back of spirits, curses, and a legend that still keeps skeptics awake at night. The truth behind the Bell Witch haunting, 1817, 1821. It started with scratching, then knocking, then chains dragged across floorboards. The Bell family of Adams, Tennessee, thought they were dealing with rats, or wind, or imagination. But it wasn't rats, or wind, or imagination. It was something worse. The entity that tormented the Bell family between 1817 and 1821 came to be known as the Bell Witch poltergeist that whispered, slapped, scratched, and eventually, according to the legend, killed. The first target was John Bell Sr. He claimed to see strange animals on his property, one with the body of a dog and the head of a rabbit. Then his children were attacked at night, hair pulled, blankets ripped off, bruises appearing on their skin. The youngest daughter, Betsy, was tormented relentlessly. The spirit called her name, shouted obscenities, left handprints on her face. Then it spoke. It called itself Kate. It recited scripture, predicted the future, reportedly mimicked voices and held long conversations, and it hated John Bell, said it would kill him. And when Bell died in 1820, after months of mysterious ailments, the witch allegedly claimed victory. The events were so well known that Andrew Jackson supposedly visited the Bell house to see for himself. According to legend, his men were driven off by an invisible force. Skeptics argue the whole thing was a hoax, a combination of family hysteria, local gossip, and carefully curated folklore. But records from the time describe widespread belief. Hundreds of visitors, affidavits, a lingering presence. Even today, Bell Witch Cave is a popular paranormal site. Visitors report strange sounds, cold spots, a sense of being watched. Is it suggestion or something deeper? No proof has ever nailed down the haunting. No smoking gun, just voices in the dark, and a legend too eerie to die. And while the Bell family faced whispers and shrieks in the night, far across the seas a map was drawn that shouldn't have existed, a chart of lands supposedly hidden under centuries of ice. The mystery of the Peary Race Map, 1513. It's only a fragment, a partial map drawn on gazelle skin in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral named Peary Race. But that fragment changed everything, because on it faint but unmistakably what appears to be the coast of Antarctica, centuries before Antarctica was officially discovered. Even more baffling, the coastline appears ice-free. The map also charts South America's eastern coast, West Africa, parts of Europe, and all in remarkable detail. Peary Race claimed he compiled it using 20 different source maps, including ones from the time of Alexander the Great and ancient seafarers. He even mentioned a map from Christopher Columbus, now lost. So what's going on here? If the Antarctica outline is accurate, it would mean someone mapped that continent before it froze thousands of years ago. Some argue that's impossible. Others suggest Peary Race somehow accessed ancient knowledge, perhaps passed down through forgotten civilizations. Modern cartographers are split. Some say the Antarctica theory is a stretcha misinterpretation. The landmass might simply be South America, distorted by merging maps. Others insist the details are too precise for coincidence. But even without Antarctica, the map's precision is uncanny for its time. How did he get it so right? Why haven't we found his source maps? Were they destroyed, hidden, or just never real? The Peary race map remains a cartographic riddle that challenges our ideas of who knew what and when. And while ink and hide may hold one layer of mystery, a warship lost at sea during the War of 1812 would become something else entirely. The ghost on the ocean vanished into salt and fire. The fate of the USS Wasp, 1814. The USS Wasp was a war hero, a sleek sloop of war. She wreaked havoc on British shipping lanes during the War of 1812. Her crew was seasoned, her reputation fierce, and then she disappeared. Her final recorded action came in September 1814. She defeated the British brig Atalanta, took its crew prisoner, and sent them back on the captured vessel. They would be the last people to ever see the Wasp. After that, nothing. No wreck, no distress signal, no survivors, no message in a bottle drifting ashore with a farewell scribbled on damp paper. The sea swallowed her whole. Theories floated quickly. She could have been caught in a hurricane struck the Atlantic that season. Maybe she hit a reef or collided with another vessel in the night. Some believe the British hunted her down in revenge and quietly sank her. Others think she caught fire from an accidental spark in her powder magazine, gone in seconds. But no evidence ever surfaced. Not a splinter, not a sail. The Wasp became one of those ghost ships that haunt maritime lore, not just for her vanishing, but because she vanished after a victory, at the height of her success, in defiance of narrative logic. How does a ship that proud, that loud, just disappear? The Atlantic holds its secrets tight. And as the Wasp drifted into legend, a stranger one would surface years later, something massive, human-shaped, and lurking in the canyons of a modern war. A giant no one wanted to believe, but too many claimed to have seen. The Origins of the Giants of Kandahar. Legend, reported 2008, but rooted in ancient stories. It sounds like something from a conspiracy podcast. A U.S. Special Forces unit, deep in the caves of Afghanistan, encounters a humanoid creature standing over 12 feet tall, red-haired, 6 fingers on each hand, wielding a massive spear. A brief, brutal fight ensues. The creature kills one soldier before being gunned down by the rest. The body is airlifted out by helicopter. The military covers it up. End of story. Except, it's not. This tale, known as the Giant of Kandahar, began circulating in online forums and military rumor mills around 2008. It's often framed as a soldier's testimony or a leaked interview, complete with details too specific to dismiss and too absurd to verify. It's the kind of modern myth that feeds off digital shadow, unconfirmed, unverifiable, and yet deeply sticky. But the strange part? The legend didn't begin in 2008. Ancient Mesopotamian texts, biblical references to Nephilim, and even medieval Islamic folklore speak of giants in the mountains, beings of immense size and age who dwell in remote, dangerous places. Afghanistan's rugged terrain, littered with ancient ruins and cloaked in myth, provides the perfect backdrop. Skeptics call it war-born fantasy, a psychological cocktail of stress, trauma, and cultural myth bleeding into the battlefield. Some say the entire tale is internet fiction, magnified by the echo chamber of YouTube and conspiracy subreddits. But believers, military and civilian alike, insist something's being hidden. Why did soldiers report seeing cargo too big for standard helicopters? Why were there never any official denials? And why, in every telling, is the story just credible enough to make you wonder? The mystery of the Kandahar giant lives in that uneasy gray zone where myth, memory, and the modern military-industrial complex blur. And as legends of giants echo through the mountains, Another ancient enigma stretches for miles across the Chinese countryside wall, too long to comprehend, too old to forget, and still hiding secrets in its stones. The construction of the Great Wall of China. Various dynasties, primarily 7th century BC onwards. It snakes across mountains, deserts, and valleys like a dragon turned to stone. The Great Wall of China is often described as the only man-made structure visible from space, though that's a myth. What isn't a myth is the scale. Over 13,000 miles of wall, built by hand, in a time before engines, drones, or modern logistics. It was not built all at once. Multiple dynasties contributed over centuries, especially the Qin, Han, and Ming. Its purpose was defensive, but also symbolic, to unify regions, repel nomadic invaders, and show imperial strength. But how was it built? That's the mystery. The wall traverses some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. Stone was used in the mountains, tamped earth in the plains, bricks, and glutinous rice mortar in later sections. Yet, the manpower? Sourced from soldiers, peasants, convicts millions of laborers, many of whom died during construction. It wasn't just a wall, it was a graveyard. Yet, despite its scale, many of its secrets remain. How did ancient engineers manage consistent elevation across ridges? How were materials transported over thousands of miles without modern machinery? Why were certain sections built facing away from known threats? Some theories propose spiritual logic aligning with geomancy or feng shui principles. Others point to internal politics, walls not just to keep enemies out, but to keep subjects in. Then there's the deeper mystery. Parts of the wall have vanished, swallowed by time, reclaimed by nature. Entire stretches remain undocumented, buried, or repurposed into towns. The Great Wall we see today is just a fragment of the once massive system rebuilt, restored, but never fully understood. And while China raised walls against the chaos beyond, the chaos of war would erase a flying fortress, leaving behind sand, silence, and a puzzle that wouldn't be solved for decades. The disappearance of the Lady Be Good, 1943. She took off into the Libyan desert on the 4th of April, 1943. A B-24 Liberator bomber named Lady Be Good, on her first and final mission. 9 men aboard. Target, Naples. She never made it. What happened was a cascade of small missteps. After a failed bombing run, the crew turned back. Over desert and darkness, they became disoriented. Thinking they were still over the Mediterranean, they overshot their base and flew deeper inland. When fuel ran out, they bailed, parachuting into what they believed was close to safety. It was not. They were in the heart of the Sahara. For 16 years, Lady Be Good was presumed lost at sea. Then, in 1959, her wreckage was found perfectly preserved, like a ghost ship grounded in sand, her engines intact, coffee thermos full, even the radio still worked. But the crew wasn't with her. One by one, their remains were discovered miles from the crash site. It appeared they'd survived the landing and began walking north, believing civilization was close. They walked over 100 miles in scorching heat, rationing water, leaving markers. 8 died along the way, 1 disappeared completely. Diaries were found in pockets. They wrote until the end. And yet, one mystery persists. One parachute was never found. One crewman never identified. Some believe he died in a sandstorm. Others think he walked even further into oblivion, leaving behind a trail no one followed. The Lady Be Good wasn't shot down. She didn't explode. She died of miscalculation, killed by vastness, by silence, by the cruel indifference of a landscape with no landmarks. Her bones stayed buried for decades. Her story surfaced only when the wind was right. And as the desert erased her footprints, another body washed up on an Australian beach, dressed sharp, carrying codes, and never claimed. The identity of the Somerton man, 1948. He was found at dawn on the 1st of December, 1948, slumped against a seawall on Somerton Beach in Adelaide, Australia. Dead, dapper, completely mysterious. He wore a crisp suit, polished shoes, and carried no identification. His labels were cut from his clothes. No wallet, no obvious wounds. A half-smoked cigarette sat on his collar as if he dozed off mid-thought, but he wasn't sleeping, he was gone. The autopsy revealed a congested spleen and a liver soaked in mystery. Doctors suspected poison, something undetectable, perhaps digitalis or strophanthine, but toxicology came back blank. His fingerprints were run internationally. Nothing. His dental records? No match. His identity was erased with surgical precision. Weeks later, investigators found a rolled piece of paper hidden in a secret pocket of his pants. It read only, Tamam Shud. It is ended, in Persian. A haunting mic drop from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Even weirder? A local man then turned in a copy of that very book he'd found tossed in his car near the beach. Inside were scribbled letters, a phone number, and code-like text, none of which ever led to a solid answer. The phone number linked to a local nurse, who denied knowing the man but reportedly fainted when shown his face. A name was whispered, Jestin, but nothing concrete came of it. Was he a spy, a scorned lover, a poisoned courier? For decades, theories bloomed like mold in the Australian heat. Everyone had a theory. No one had proof. Only in 2022, over 70 years later, did DNA analysis suggest a name, Carl Webb, a Melbourne electrical engineer. But even with a name, his story remains full of holes. Why was he in Adelaide? Why the codes? Why Tamam Shud? The Somerton man went to his grave alone, and even with a name, he might stay there forever, etched in linen, secrecy, and salt air. And while a man's body cooled in the sand, off the same cursed coast of Roanoke, a ship returned from the shadows, flames glowing, crew missing, ghostly and unsolved. The cause of the Roanoke Island ghost ship, 1870s. The waters off Roanoke Island were already cursed. The mystery of the lost colony had haunted them for centuries. So, when fishermen in the 1870s claimed to have seen a flaming ship drifting silently along the horizon, no one laughed. They called it the ghost ship of Roanoke. It didn't behave like a normal fire. There was no smoke, no sound, just a glow that danced across the waves. Sometimes it flickered at dusk, sometimes at dawn. It came and went without warning. There were no records of a ship burning nearby. No survivors, no wreckage. Some described it as a schooner, others as a glowing orb. It shimmered, vanished, reappeared, always near the site of the old colony, always alone. One version of the tale claims the ship was an Omenon echo of lost souls, perhaps those same colonists reaching out from the edge of history. Others link it to Civil War-era blockade runners, their burning wrecks forever imprinted in the brine. Paranormal enthusiasts claim it's a spectral loop, a traumatic memory replaying itself over centuries, like a trauma scar embedded in the Earth's crust. But the weirdest thing? It was witnessed by many, not just drunk sailors or lonely lighthouse keepers. Multiple reports, multiple decades, and a consistent story. Skeptics offer up ball lightning, gas flare-ups, or mirages as explanations. But even science stutters in the face of repetition. Why this location? Why so consistent? Why only there? The Roanoke ghost ship remains a flickering anomaly, too fiery to dismiss, too intangible to prove. And while fire floated over water, in the jungles of Central America, ancient stone orbs rested in the Earth's spherical, perfect, and carved by hands no one can name. The mystery of the stone spheres of Costa Rica, c. 200 BC, 800 AD. They look like props from an alien film set giant stone spheres, some perfectly round, others weathered by time, scattered across the Dickies Delta in Costa Rica, ranging in size from baseballs to SUVs. Some weigh several tons. All were carved by human hands, probably. But no one knows who made them. No written records, no inscriptions, no carvings, just spheres, ancient ones. Discovered in the 1930s during banana plantation work, these stones were originally buried or clustered near what may have been ceremonial sites. But modern efforts to catalog them have been difficult. Many were moved, damaged, or stolen before scientists ever knew they existed. Theories? They were created by the Dickies culture. Maybe for astronomical alignment. Maybe as markers for burial sites. Maybe to represent celestial bodies. Or perhaps they were status symbols, giant prehistoric flexes carved from volcanic rock with tools that barely seem up to the task. Some are nearly perfect spheres, precision unmatched, even by modern standards. This has led to wilder speculation. Ancient aliens, lost advanced civilizations, Atlantean descendants. No tools have ever been found, no how-to guide etched into cave walls. Just silent stones that challenge both science and narrative. And when asked why spend the effort to chisel boulders into symmetry, without writing, without blueprint? No one answers. The stones just sit still, smooth and heavy with implication. And as stone spheres hide their secrets under jungle moss, across an ocean, a city would ignite in flame and the reason for its destruction would vanish just as mysteriously. The Great Seattle Fire, 1889. The 6th of June, 1889. A single spark in a carpenter's shop ignited the entire heart of a growing city. Within hours, 30 blocks of downtown Seattle businesses, hotels, saloons were reduced to ash and twisted steel. The blaze raged through wood-planked streets, fueled by strong winds and a city built like a tinderbox. But here's where it gets strange. No one died in the fire. Not one confirmed fatality. For an inferno that obliterated most of a booming metropolis, that statistic alone is baffling. Then there's the fire's speed, unnatural, almost intelligent in its path. Some witnesses described strange heat pockets that melted metal but left nearby items untouched. Others said they heard explosions that didn't sound like timber cracking or barrels igniting. The official cause was simple: a pot of glue boiled over, but skeptics weren't satisfied. Theories spread: insurance fraud, arson, a plot by real estate barons to clear out older wooden buildings for a modern brick and steel skyline. Some whispered of sabotage by rival businessmen or of city planners letting it burn, knowing federal relief and reconstruction would turn ashes into gold. Then came the cover-up accusations. Records missing, witnesses silenced, buildings demolished before investigations. The city's quick pivot to rebuild seemed almost eager, as if they were waiting. Was it just a freak accident, perfectly timed with economic ambition? Or was it the most profitable fire in American urban history? Seattle rose from the flames with grander architecture, new zoning laws, and underground tunnels built atop the old streets. The fire gave birth to modern Seattle, but the truth of its origin may still smolder in the spaces between official reports. And while a city burned to cleanse its past, across the sea, a second mystery would surface, one not born of flame, but of blood, betrayal, and a woman lost to waves. The fate of Theodosia Burr Alston, 1813. A daughter of tragedy. The daughter of Aaron Burr. Theodosia Burr Alston was bright, cultured, fluent in multiple languages, and the closest thing early America had to royalty. But in 1813, grieving the death of her young son and longing to reunite with her disgraced father, she boarded the schooner Patriot, bound for New York. She never arrived. No wreckage, no survivors, no final letter clutched to a lifeboat. She simply disappeared. For decades, theories have swirled like sea mist that the Patriot was swallowed by a sudden storm, plausible, given the weather. That pirates, still prowling the Atlantic, captured the ship, murdered the crew, and scuttled the vessel. That wreckers along the Carolina coast lured the Patriot onto rocks with false lights and butchered the passengers. But the strangest part? The sightings. Years later, an old woman in North Carolina, on her deathbed, allegedly confessed to seeing Theodosia held captive by her family, then killed when her identity was discovered. Another tale spoke of a portrait found in a remote cabin resembling Theodosia so closely it sent shivers down spines. There were reports of her writing washing ashore, real or forged, detailing terror at sea. And then there's the emotional residue. Aaron Burr, haunted by her disappearance, never recovered. He said her loss was greater than his political ruin or the duel with Hamilton. In his final years, he was known to walk the shores, calling her name. History wrote her off, but legend wouldn't. Theodosia became a myth, the American Ophelia, wandering the ghost ships of early history, lost between the tides of revolution and redemption. Got it. I'll remove number 96, Tattooed Man of Amstetten, from the last segment and replace it with the correct number 89 mystery, The Truth Behind El Chupacabra. Here's the corrected third entry for that segment. The Truth Behind El Chupacabra, 1995 onwards. It started in Puerto Rico in the mid-1990s. Dead goats, puncture wounds, drained blood, no tracks, no predators caught, just the carcasses and the whispers. Then came the creature. Witnesses described a spiny-backed, kangaroo-shaped, alien-eyed monster that moved fast, killed silently, and disappeared before the dogs could bark. They called it El Chupacabra, literally, goat sucker. The legend spread like wildfire, jumping from island to mainland, through Mexico, Texas, Florida. Everywhere it appeared, animals died under bizarre circumstances. The media caught on. Artists rendered it. Merch was printed. Horror movies followed. But was it ever real? Biologists offered explanations: mass hysteria, misidentified coyotes with mange, or common predators exploiting easy prey. Blood tests on drained animals often revealed they weren't exsanguinated at all. Just trauma, decomposition, and fear, creating the illusion. Still, some witnesses insisted it wasn't coyotes. They saw glowing eyes, bipedal gait, intelligence, malice. Alien enthusiasts proposed a hybridan-escaped experiment or extraterrestrial scout. Others tied it to ancient legends of blood-drinking demons found across global folklore. Curiously, the original eyewitness description: gray skin, glowing red eyes, spines bore uncanny resemblance to the creature in the 1995 sci-fi film Species. Some theorists argue the movie subconsciously shaped the mass hallucination, a sort of cultural inception. Later sightings shifted. The creature became more dog-like, less alien, as if the legend was adapting, mutating just like the creature itself. Today, El Chupacabra exists in that space between hoax and horror meme with bite marks, a cryptid born not from deep time, but the tabloid age. It's part monster, part mirror, reflecting fears of invasion, mutation, and the things that stalk the livestock when no one's watching. And as the desert winds carry stories of fangs and shadows, another figure would vanish, not beast, but man. Not a predator, but a peer of the realm, swallowed by scandal and silence in a case still cold to this day. The disappearance of Lord Lucan, 1974. He was tall, aristocratic, charming, and possibly a murderer. Richard John Bingham, 7th Earl of Lucan, better known as Lord Lucan, was the type of man tabloid editors dream about. A debonair gambler who once auditioned to be the next James Bond. But on the night of the 7th of November, 1974, his story twisted into something darker. That evening, Lucan's children's nanny, Sandra Rivet, was found bludgeoned to death in the basement of his estranged wife's London home. Lady Lucan herself, bloodied and panicked, fled the house, claiming her husband had attacked her too. Lucan's car was found abandoned and blood-stained in New Haven. Then nothing. He vanished. The world watched as the British aristocracy reeled. A nobleman accused of murder? Unthinkable. Yet the evidence pointed to Lucan. The motive? Speculation ranged from a custody battle to mounting gambling debts. Some believed he mistook the nanny for his wife. Others argued the attack was premeditated, cold-blooded. But the real mystery is what happened after. For decades, Lucan sightings popped up like ghost stories. Australia, New Zealand, India, Africa. Every few years, someone claimed to have seen him, dined with him, even lived near him. Scotland Yard chased leads across continents. None panned out. Some think he killed himself, leaping from a ferry or drowning himself in the Channel. Others suspect his aristocratic circle helped him escape, smuggling him to a quiet exile. In 2016, he was officially declared dead, but no body has ever been found. Lucan remains one of Britain's most enduring missing persons. A title, a face, a shadow. Whether he died a coward or lived a fugitive, his story became aristocracy's darkest fairy tale. And while society papers and police reports blurred into myth, another mystery rose from the ground engraved in stone, echoing a cryptic warning to all of humanity in 8 different languages. The purpose of the Georgia Guidestones, 1980, destroyed 2022. They appeared suddenly in rural Georgia in 1980. Like a granite Stonehenge coated in post-apocalyptic poetry, 4 massive slabs and a central column, all topped by a capstone. Their message? Etched in 8 modern languages and 4 ancient ones, urging humanity to maintain balance with nature, control population, unite under a single language, and guide reproduction wisely. Cue the panic. To some, the Georgia Guidestones were a message from enlightened futurists, maybe even aliens offering survival tips for a post-nuclear world. To others, they were a manifesto for global control, evidence of a secret society plotting a new world order. The man who commissioned them used a pseudonym, R.C. Christian. No background, no trace. He paid in cash and disappeared after the monument was built. The builders were sworn to secrecy. The origin was as mysterious as the monument itself. But it wasn't just what the stones said it was, how they said it. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely. Unite humanity with a living new language. Depending on your worldview, these were utopian ideals or chilling decrees. Were they instructions after a collapse? A warning before one? A coded message to survivors? Over time, the site became a pilgrimage destination for conspiracy theorists, spiritual seekers, and curious tourists. It was called everything from America's Stonehenge to satanic. Some believed it was aligned with celestial bodies. Others insisted it was a doomsday countdown. Then, in 2022, it was destroyed in a mysterious explosion. Authorities later demolished the remains for safety reasons. No one claimed responsibility. No group took credit. It ended the way it began, with silence. What were the Guidestones? A riddle? A roadmap? A prank taken too seriously? Only one thing's for sure: they were meant to outlive us. And as the dust of granite settled, another explosion, this one far more literal, had already scarred the Canadian coast, leaving behind one of the most devastating urban mysteries in the modern world. The cause of the Halifax explosion, 1917. The 6th of December, 1917, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Two ships collided in the harbor, the Mont Blanc, a French vessel loaded with explosives, and the Emo, a Norwegian relief ship. The collision itself was minor, the aftermath was not. The explosion that followed was the largest man-made blast before the atomic bomb. It leveled entire neighborhoods. A shockwave shattered windows 50 miles away. Over 1,800 people were killed instantly. More than 9,000 were injured. A tsunami followed, then a blizzard, complicating rescue efforts. But the full mystery isn't just in the blast, it's in the details. Why was the Mont Blanc packed with volatile materials allowed into a crowded harbor without an escort? Why weren't civilians warned? Why did communication fail so catastrophically? Investigations placed blame on both crews, but politics blurred the conclusions. Canada, Britain, France all had interests in shifting responsibility. Witnesses gave conflicting testimony. Documents vanished. Some believe the full truth was buried to maintain wartime morale and international alliances. Then there's the human side. The train dispatcher who died saving a train full of passengers. The harbor pilot whose decisions may have accelerated the disaster. The boy who warned his neighborhood before the blast stand survived. Barely. Despite the magnitude, the Halifax explosion often gets left out of major historical narratives. Overshadowed by World War I, it's a catastrophe wrapped in red tape and soot. To this day, debates rage over fault, foresight, and cover-up. The scars on the city remain. The explosion created a vacuum not just physical, but historical. And in that vacuum, legends and blame still echo. The Green Children of Woolpit, 12th century. In the heart of medieval Suffolk, England, where rolling fields gave way to whispered superstitions, two children appeared. Not born, not found, simply appeared. Near the village of Woolpit, they stumbled out of a wolf pit, dazed, speaking no known language, and most famously green. Yes, green. Their skin was tinged with a hue somewhere between chlorophyll and fairy tale. A local landowner took them in. The boy died soon, after either sick from unfamiliar food or already weakened when they arrived, but the girl survived. She adapted, learned English, and slowly lost her green color. When asked where she came from, her answers were as strange as her arrival. A place called St. Martin's Land, where everything was twilight and everyone was green. She claimed they were herding cattle when they heard a loud noise and found themselves suddenly in Woolpit. It wasn't just another village, it was another world. Centuries later, the tale has only grown weirder. Some suggest the children were Flemish immigrants, orphaned and traumatized, their language unfamiliar, their illness causing the greenish hue perhaps from malnutrition. Others posit a more cosmic explanation. Interdimensional travelers, victims of a fairy abduction gone wrong, or survivors of a parallel Earth. Still others connect the tale to hollow Earth theory, suggesting underground civilizations or entire worlds beneath our feet. The legend's endurance isn't just because of the mystery, it's because the details are so specific. Green skin, a subterranean homeland, a strange language, all unusual in medieval folklore. No one's proved it, no one's disproved it, and maybe that's the point. The Green Children remain suspended in historical limbo, too strange to be fiction, too folkloric to be fact. And while mysterious children emerged from pits in England, decades later, one man would dive below the sea in a submarine and vanish, taking military secrets and iron hulls with him. The Patterson-Gimlin film 1967, the 20th of October, 1967, Bluff Creek, Northern California. Two men, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin on horseback, supposedly out to make a documentary. What they captured on their 16mm camera would become the most iconic, dissected, and hotly debated 59 seconds of cryptid footage in history. The film shows a large, bipedal creature walking through the woods. It glances back. Its gait is strange fluid but heavy, unhuman, muscled, hairy, deliberate. The creature's most famous frame 352 features it, mid-stride, head turned, as if casually acknowledging the camera before disappearing into the trees. They said it was Bigfoot. And for nearly 6 decades, the debate has never stopped. Skeptics scream hoax, a man in a suit, bad lighting, clever angles, Hollywood-style costuming. They point out Patterson was a known Bigfoot enthusiast almost, too eager to believe. They analyze the shaky footage like it's the Zapruder film, breaking down musculature, foot flexion, and frame rate. But believers? They hold fast. They point to the creature's proportions: long arms, inhuman stride, the way muscles appear to ripple beneath fur. Special effects in 1967 weren't that good, they argue. If it was fake, it would have taken an absurd budget and knowledge far ahead of its time. Experts weighed in on both sides. Primatologists, costumers, biomechanical analysts, no consensus. Every debunk is followed by a counter-analysis. Every confession, like the man who later claimed to be the one in the suit, gets poked full of holes. Patterson died in 1972, insisting until the end that the footage was real. Gimlin more reservadas never retracted the story. So what do we have? A hoax gone too far? An authentic encounter? Or something between a myth captured on celluloid, blurry and brilliant? The Patterson-Gimlin film remains Bigfoot's Mona Lisa, ambiguous, iconic, forever unresolved. The disappearance of the H.L. Hunley, 1864. The Civil War was nearing its bloody peak. In Charleston Harbor, a Confederate innovation prepared for its first and final mission, the H.L. Hunley, the world's first combat submarine to successfully sink an enemy ship. On the 17th of February, 1864, the Hunley attacked the Union warship USS Housatonic. Using a spar-mounted torpedo, it struck and sank the vessel, an unprecedented act of underwater warfare. And then, the Hunley disappeared. No surfacing, no signal, just silence. The submarine was lost with all 8 crewmen aboard. The Confederacy hailed it as a victory, but couldn't explain why their miracle weapon had vanished. Did it sink in the blast's aftermath? Was it damaged in combat? Or was the ocean always meant to be its tomb? For over a century, the mystery brewed beneath the waves. In 1995, the Hunley was finally discovered, buried in silt 30 feet underwater. In 2000, it was raised intact, haunting, and filled with secrets. The crew still sat at their stations, eerie and undisturbed. No visible trauma, no sign of flooding, just dead men in a sealed iron shell. Forensic studies suggested they may have died instantly from the shockwave of their own torpedo. Others theorized carbon monoxide poisoning from the hand-cranked propulsion. The lack of panic posture hinted they never knew they were dying. So, the first successful submarine attack in history ended in a perfect kill and a perfect death. The Hunley now rests in a museum, studied by historians and engineers alike, but the sea's silence around its fate still hums. And as iron hulls sleep under waves, on land, an unidentified man lies under concrete, his skin marked by ink, his past erased, and his story wrapped in symbols no one could decipher. The true identity of the tattooed man of Amstetten, 1881. In a sleepy corner of Austria, the Ibs River coughed up a corpse that became a conundrum. His body was male, European, waterlogged, but what froze everyone in place were the tattoos. Not just the name, not just anchors or romantic daggers. These were full-body illustrations, ornate, symbolic, alien. This was 1,881. Tattoos were rare in Europe, especially of this scale, and these weren't sailor ink or criminal marks. They were a mosaic of the esoteric geometric shapes, mythical beasts, and unfamiliar sigils. A language, a map, a history. No one claimed him. No one recognized the symbols. No documents, no wallet, no clues. Just art on skin and a corpse with no context. Newspapers ran sketches of the tattoos. Scholars speculated endlessly. Was he a runaway noble? An escaped cultist? A drifter who'd seen too much? Some said the designs were Eastern Ainu, Polynesian, perhaps. Others believed them to be occult, Masonic, or the last rites of a secret sect. One image in particular stood out, a serpent devouring its own tail in Ouroboros interwoven with what appeared to be barbed rings, a message about life, eternity, or suffering. In the end, authorities buried him, unclaimed and unnamed, but the mystery endured. His skin was a story no one could read, a body turned manuscript, and like all good manuscripts, this one may yet resurface waiting for the right reader. The Witch of Washington, 1879, 1880. In the heart of the United States, capitalist city of law, logic, and Lincoln, came a story that didn't fit. From 1879 to 1880, a series of strange disturbances plagued a boarding house on H Street. It wasn't murder. It wasn't theft. It was something far stranger. Furniture moved on its own. Clocks stopped. Objects flew across rooms. Guests reported hearing voices, footsteps with no bodies, whispers with no source. One maid quit after being slapped by invisible hands. Residents called it cursed. The newspapers dubbed her the Witch of Washington. The house's owner, a respectable widow, denied any deception. She had no reason to lie, no fortune to make from ghosts. She just wanted peace, and she wasn't getting it. Eventually, spiritualists, scientists, and skeptics were all invited in. Seances were held. Theories flew faster than the dish's poltergeists, electromagnetic anomalies, hysteria, hoax. None stuck. The disturbances never followed a pattern. They seemed to react personally, mocking lie to those who tried to contain them. At one point, messages appeared scratched onto walls, scorched into tables, names, warnings. One reportedly read, "She watches." No explanation ever surfaced for how they were made. The activity eventually stopped as suddenly as it began. No exorcism, no arrest, just quiet. Was it a hoax staged by a resident, mass hallucination, or something else entirely, something old and angry, hiding behind brick and gaslight in the city of power? The Witch of Washington faded into urban legend, but her shadow still lingers, proof that even in the halls of reason, the irrational sometimes reigns. And while spectral screams echoed through D.C., the steel veins of Saxony were already being laid with secret tracks warped not by ghost hands, but by human ones, for reasons never fully explained. The purpose of the Sächsische Landeseisenbahn, network's unexplained track variations, 19th century. The Saxon state railways were a proud expression of 19th century German engineering, efficient, expanding, exact, except they weren't. Hidden among the thousands of kilometers of rail were anomalies, tracks built to slightly different gauges, too narrow, too wide, sometimes shifting without clear cause. Trains couldn't pass. Cargo had to be unloaded and reloaded. It wasn't just inconvenient, it was deliberate. But why? Engineers at the time claimed terrain constraints. Politicians mumbled about future expansion compatibility. But the pattern didn't hold. Some of the strangest changes happened in flat, open country. Even weirder, some of the misaligned lines connected nothing at all. Stations built and abandoned. Depots with no attached towns. Theories emerged. Military red herrings to prevent enemy troops from using the rail during wartime. Secret supply routes. Economic sabotage. Some even speculated occult influence. Sacred geometry rendered in steel. Today, the track differences are still documented, some even preserved in transport museums. But the official files? Incomplete. Many construction records are gone misfiled, destroyed, or never created. Whether it was bureaucratic incompetence or hidden intent, the effect was the same. A railway designed to go nowhere. Or maybe, to go somewhere, only a few were meant to reach. And as trains stalled in Saxony, a much older ship would sink in silence, its fate hidden beneath waves, its story told only through whispers and unanswered questions. The disappearance of the SS Arctic, 1854. She was built to be unsinkable, marvel of steam-powered might, the pride of the Collins Line. The SS Arctic ferried passengers and cargo across the Atlantic, boasting luxury and speed. But in September 1854, she vanished. The Arctic collided with a smaller French ship, the Vesta, in heavy fog off the coast of Newfoundland. The damage wasn't catastrophic at first, but confusion, panic, and an utter failure of protocol turned accident into disaster. Women and children were supposed to be rescued first. They weren't. Lifeboats were launched half-empty. Crew members fought passengers. Survivors later said it was chaos, no heroism, no order, just desperation. Of the nearly 400 people aboard, over 300 died, most of them women and children. The ship's manifest was incomplete. Some of the bodies were never recovered. Messages in bottles washed ashore with contradictory accounts. But here's the real mystery. The Arctic's logs and official reports disappeared. Some witnesses recanted under pressure. Others vanished. Survivors who spoke too openly were discredited. It became one of the 19th century's most covered-up maritime tragedies. Was it incompetence, class bias, or was there something aboard the ship documents, cargo, passengers that someone wanted erased? The SS Arctic was more than a wreck. It was a turning point in public trust. And still, its bones remain lost beneath the Atlantic, resting alongside its secrets. And as wood splintered below icy waves, another legend was already beginning to grow in the Amazon jungle about a lost city so alluring, it would claim all who chased it. The lost city of Z. 1925, search rooted in 18th-19th century exploration. Colonel Percy Faucet was not a man prone to fantasy. A British explorer, decorated soldier, and respected surveyor, he believed in discipline, data, and maps. But even he couldn't ignore the stories. Whispers of a ruined city hidden deep in the Amazon, older than the Incas, richer than El Dorado. Locals called it Z. Faucet studied ancient manuscripts, consulted indigenous accounts, and charted his own sightings. The jungle wasn't just trees and snakes, it was hiding something. He was certain. In 1925, he set off with his son Jack and a small team. They entered the Brazilian rainforest and were never seen again. No messages, no bones, no gear, just silence. Rescue missions followed. Dozens, many died trying to find him. His path was recreated, and abandoned camps were found, but never the man himself. So what happened? Some believe they were killed by hostile tribes. Others claim disease or starvation. But the lack of evidence led to more exotic theories. Faucet found Z and chose to stay. He discovered something that couldn't be revealed, or he died protecting it. Later discoveries of advanced ancient cities in the Amazon like Kuhikugu hint that Faucet might have been right. Z may not be a myth, just misnamed and misunderstood. To this day, satellite imaging continues to uncover vast pre-Columbian urban networks once dismissed by archaeologists. Perhaps Z isn't a city, but a civilization buried beneath centuries of vines and denial. Faucet walked into a myth and became one. His compass still points to the unknown. His footsteps are still followed. And the jungle? It watches. It remembers.